Well, what I can tell you is you were one of those children who wanted Christmas early. Tomorrow you'll get Christmas.
Hello, everybody. Today is apparently Christmas. That was Fani Willis yesterday at a press hearing. If you missed it, that's linked in, it's pinned in the chat. I'll add it to the description. It's going to be a great time. We've got Happily Angry Lawyer co-hosting. I'm Katnat Williams, and we're going to be watching Fani Willis finally testify in front of the Georgia Senate Special Committee on Investigations. So it just kicked off like 25 seconds ago. You guys in the chat, let us know if the volume is good. We'll make it louder if we need to, but there are no closed captions at this time. Sorry. Here we go.
Okay. Sorry.
Welcome to today's meeting from the Senate Special Committee on Investigations. Members of the committee, good to see everyone here today. And just want to point out, as a reminder for those of you on the committee,
it's such a small room.
I'll turn this volume up a little bit. Josh Belafonte is seated to my right. He's the committee's counsel.
Zachary tried to talk to.
And before we do get started, I do want to make an announcement that unfortunately Chairman Cowsert is unable to be here this morning. He had a medical procedure late last week, and doctors have restricted his activities and travel during his recovery, and he has requested that I chair this meeting as the vice chairman. So with that, we do have some committee business to take care of before we get to our agenda for the day with Madam DA Fani Willis. And we do need to review the approval of minutes from our November 13th committee meeting. I'll give the members a minute to review those minutes, and then we'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes. We have a motion to approve by Senator Jackson, second by Senator Gooch. All those approved, please signify by saying aye.
Senator what?
Aye. All those opposed, like sign. And the minutes are approved. All right, for those that are in attendance today, just want to kind of go through a couple of guidelines on decorum. I understand there's some, obviously there's media in the room. Press has lines. I think you guys are all clear on where you're allowed to be in the committee room, where you're not allowed to be. So thank you for working with our Senate press staff on that. If there are any available seats in the middle of your aisle, please, or in the middle of your row, please scoot over. We do have overflow in room 125 here in the Capitol building for any of you that want to avail yourself of the overflow room as well. This is a Senate committee hearing. This is not a courtroom. There is no judge in the room. We will adjudicate the meeting today per the Senate rules and Mason's manual. We have the Secretary of the Senate available to advise us if there's any considerations. Governor Barnes, you are here as counsel for DA Willis, is that correct?
I am, but I can assert privilege. I mean, you can't decide privileges that are granted by law.
No, I didn't say anything about privilege. I was just referencing that that's the capacity in which you're appearing today.
Yes or no question?
And
oh my God, don't be a lawyer.
just want to kind of maybe cast a net is for those of you that have not been here for any of our committee hearings. This committee is charged with investigating and advising the General Assembly on any changes to Georgia state law as the committee deems necessary as a result of our investigation into the criminal prosecution as related to the election interference case of President Trump and the 18 others. We've had a series of meetings and have been working with the District Attorney Willis to appear today. We had a state law that passed, and as my understanding, you are appearing under the second subpoena that was issued, and there is still a Supreme Court case relative to the 2024 subpoena and the General Assembly that issued that, or the Senate that issued that at that time. Great. I referenced signs briefly. It's my understanding that there's some people that have signs in the room. You're obviously welcome to have those. Please just don't hold those up, as you will be blocking views from other members of the committee. We do have a single-purpose agenda, and with that in mind, we will go ahead and swear in our witness today. Madam DA, please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I have a statement I'd like to include in the record.
Sure. If you want to pass that around to us, be happy to make that as part of the record.
And I'm doing that because I was prohibited from giving a statement.
Yeah, because you're not the
Yeah,
witness.
so again, this is going to be analogous. I know it's been a while since you've been in the state senate. You've had an illustrious career since then. As you know, committee testimony is different than courtroom procedures, and there's generally not opening statements in Senate committee testimony.
I've
And that
never
was,
known an investigative committee that did not allow opening statements.
we will proceed with the testimony. And if either one of you, and Madam DA, is that the preferred title? Is how you'd like to refer to you?
Either District Attorney Willis or Madam DA.
Perfect. We'll go with either one of those. Thank you for being here today. Please do pull that microphone closer or lean forward when you speak. I'll try to get the volume adjusted so that everyone can hear it.
I doubt anyone will have trouble hearing me.
Fair enough. Just love, if you could take a minute, walk us through your career history. I know that you have a 30-year
Here we
legal
go.
history. If you could just tell the committee your path to becoming the district attorney in Fulton County.
Well, I went to the best university in the nation, Howard University, matriculated through there in 3.5 years and graduated December of '92, although I walked in May of 1993. I then came down to Georgia because I was admitted to one of the top 25 law schools in the country, Emory University School of Law. While at Emory University School of Law, for the first time in Emory's history, I won the Frederick Douglass Moot Court Competition, which is a national competition put on by the Black Law Students
he
Association.
throwing up a gang sign?
Successfully matriculated through, took the Georgia bar because the Olympics was that year. That was the last year that you could take the bar while still in law school. So during my last semester of law school, I took the bar and passed on the first try. Then became a lawyer. I worked for a small law firm with Alvin Kendall. Alvin Kendall has a great knack for picking talent because at that law firm at the time was myself and the former mayor of Atlanta, Keisha Lance Bottoms, who will be a great candidate for governor of this state and is now running for office. Also Teresa Mann, who is a judge in the city of Atlanta court, and another lawyer by the name of Carl Touchtone. We represented people in both criminal and civil cases. I worked there for a small time. I then left that law firm and opened up my own law practice where I practiced both juvenile law, criminal law, did some family stuff. Young practitioner. I did that out of Douglas County, Georgia. But I represented people in the entire metro area during that time. Got married, had 2 children, became a solicitor, needed a kind of a more calm life. So I went to work for Raines Carter, who's been the longest standing solicitor, I think, in the country at this point. Worked for him for some time, applied to become a district attorney, worked there approximately 16 years, tried every type of case you can imagine, but I was really a murder prosecutor. That's what I do best. But also at that time tried the longest case in Georgia's history, which is the Atlanta Public Schools case, a RICO case.
At that time?
That's how I became acquainted with John Floyd because he taught me RICO inside and out and
No, he
taught
doesn't. He
me
thinks
how
he
you
does.
can use that to bring criminals to justice, which I've done throughout my career successfully. Worked there, then decided to leave to run for office. Ran for judge, came up 49%, I believe, is the percentage of the vote that I won. Actually went to a Republican strategist. He told me,
It's gonna be 6
I went to a
hours of
runoff,
this.
Republicans will not vote for you. And I said, why? I've had a history of representing this state. I've done so successfully. I'm known as a prosecutor. He said, you're black and female. I said, I don't believe that to be true. I don't think that's the state of the nation. Who knew? He was right and I was wrong. I lost that election, but that was God's plan. Because after that, I had the honor of representing the Judicial Qualifications Commission. I'm one of the only black lawyers to ever be able to do that in the state of Georgia, where I prosecuted
what was not
judges
true?
who had done
That she's a
something
black
wrong.
female?
And so that was a great honor of mine.
Right?
Richard Hyde was one of the people that helped me to get that position because he had worked with me on Atlanta Public Schools. I think that he's still doing that kind of work, and he's a very great investigator. So I did that for a while. I also got to represent a lot of fathers and mothers as they went through domestic things, did some criminal defense work, and then people started coming to me. You need to run for district attorney. Current district attorney has some problems. You'd be outstanding at it. And who knew? I ran, I won. I'm the first woman to serve as district attorney in Fulton County, Georgia. Best to ever do it. I sit here with a 92% conviction rate. That's my history.
Yeah, 44%.
Excellent. Thank you so much. For those of us on the committee, it'd be helpful to kind of get a scope of what your office structure is like and kind of the makeup of your office. So how many employees are within the Fulton County's DA's office?
A little over 300 approximately. All numbers that I give today, which should be approximations, you should not hold me to exacts.
Certainly will do so on these questions for sure. Of those employees, about how many of those are attorneys?
Half,
About 150 attorneys. How many investigators?
65.
Okay. And how many paralegals?
I don't know, about another 70 or so professionals. Some of that is VWAP, some of that is administrators, some of that is legal assistants. I'm not going to be able to guess at these numbers.
Sure. The state pays a minimum salary for all district attorneys and assistant DAs, is that correct?
No.
Yes.
Okay. Can you walk us through the pay structure?
The
Who
state
said
pays
yes
for
and
my
no?
office about 25 ADAs. They're woefully underpaid.
Pretty sure it's step by
The
statute.
salary that the state
They're
paid is a
overpaid.
joke right now. If you want to look at some legislation, you should look at paying DAs across this country more money because they
Only
do not make
agents.
enough money, and it is very hard for people to recruit DAs at the state pay. So for those
Thank God.
20 or so some lawyers that work at state pay, I do one of two things as incentives. The first thing I do is the ones that work in-house, I give them supplements that the county pays because the pay is so low and really just an embarrassment to think that we pay public servants at that rate. Another incentive I offer to some other very seasoned ADAs that are further along in their career that are my state paid employees, I let them work 95% remotely, and all they do is indict cases for my office. The rest of the lawyers paid by the Fulton County District Attorney's Office are in fact paid by the county. But you should note here that I am a state employee. I am not a county employee. I represent the Atlanta Judicial Circuit. The Fulton County DA is really slang.
Great. So give me a range then of those
Slang?
ADAs, including the supplement. What's the salary range of those
Probably the
ADAs?
lowest salary of any DA that works for me is 85, and the highest might
Love
be
the
around
energy,
200.
KP. Thank you for the super.
Again, don't hold me to exacts.
Sure. Okay. You were elected in 2020. We talked about that. You had a transition process in between the election and when you were sworn in. Can you walk us through what that process looked like?
It was not a very good one. Myself and the former district attorney never had a conversation. We still have never had a conversation. But while I was still on my personal time, not yet being paid by the state of Georgia,
Don't trust Hootie.
I interviewed every attorney and investigator of the office and some of the other staff because I wanted to decide who I was going to keep and who I was not going to keep. So I did that during that time period. I also had some committee members where I got some advice on things that needed to be priorities for the office as I took office. So I got very esteemed members of the Fulton County and the greater community to kind of advise me. I believe in diversity, so it was a diverse group. If you do studies on diversity, although some of you are against it, you will realize that the companies that do the best employ diversity. And so I employed diversity in that committee, and I've employed diversity in my staff because I represent a diverse community.
Who was a part of that committee?
I don't remember all the names, and I'm not going to guess at it.
What names do you remember?
Oh, my goodness. Lee Dupree's husband, William Dupree, was on that committee. There was another anchor, and I'm embarrassed to say that was an African-American female. I'm not sure. I want to say Mayor Franklin may have been on the committee, but I can't remember exactly. There were about 15 to 20 people. That's been some time ago now.
The interviews that you referenced with the existing staff as you were kind of determining whether they would stay, who participated in those interviews with you?
It would be different people each day. Attorney Gabe Banks was one of the attorneys that did some of the interviews. He wasn't able to do all, of course, because he had an active and thriving law practice at the time. Jeff DeSantis did some of the
DeSantis?
interviews with me. Daisha Young did some of the interviews with me. People would come in and out based on their schedules. My deputy of operations now, Dexter Bond, did some of those interviews with me.
Sorry.
Mr. Nathan Wade had a thriving practice at the time as well. He would come in and out and do some of the interviews.
Raising,
I
are we
was
not
at
doing
every
right wing
interview,
anymore?
but other people could only commit, so much of their time. They each did as much as they could. And that should not be the total list. That's what I can recall quickly
Sure.
right offhand. So don't take that as that was every person. I may have missed somebody that
They
assisted
know.
me in that.
You already
And
said
they'll
that.
have to blame it on my head, not my heart.
Okay.
What?
Who was a part of the team that made the decisions on who you would keep and who you
It's-
would go? What was the
it's funny, the
consultation
questions are
process
so-
after the interview? And how many approximately, if I can ask you this question a second time, if you want to answer the first one, but I'm trying to get to how many people did you retain from the former DA's team, and then how many people were brought in that were new?
These
I don't
questions are
remember.
so
I might have fired
inoffensive.
50 or 60 people, but I
simple.
don't remember exactly.
Okay.
It's the
Which is a-
AJC did an
other-
article on she fired people, to which I told Fulton County I was going to only bring the best and the brightest. So I was always confused as to why that was a surprise.
Was there a lead on your transition team?
I was the lead. I was the DA.
Okay.
not
Was there
how-
another person that you consulted with more than the others?
No.
Thank you, Diddy Truck, for
I believe Mr.
the
Wade said under
$10
testimony
super.
that he was a part of over 90% of
Maybe
these meetings or decisions. Do you recall that being an approximate, accurate statement as to his involvement?
I can't speak to any other person's testimony, so I'm not going to ever comment on someone's testimony. If he testified to such, you're going to need to show it to me. You'll have to forgive me. I don't really trust you. So I'll have to see that particular
you recall
testimony,
Mr.
but
Wade
I
being-
do.
Wait just a
Do you-
minute. She's got a right to finish her answer. You don't have a right to cut her off.
That's incorrect, Governor.
No,
Thank you.
sir. It is
I'll
not.
be completing answers, though, sir. So
Sure.
we should get that straight from the.
Was Mr. Wade part of, would you say, more than half of the interviews that you conducted?
More
Yes.
than half.
Would you say it was more than 75% of the
I'm
interviews
not
you
going to guess
conducted?
at numbers. He was definitely more than half.
And what percentage of decisions, was the same percentage of decisions that he was a part of?
I ultimately made every decision. I take wise counsel
She
from
said a part
group
of.
people. So I took wise counsel from him. I took wise counsel from Deputy Bond. Ultimately, I made the decision on who stayed and who went.
Was Mr. Wade paid for this transition work?
None of them were paid. It was all volunteer work. It was wanting to make sure that the region was safe. So people volunteered their time to make sure that we had the best and the brightest representing Fulton County and that this community stayed safe. And every person who did
Uh-oh.
it did it for free.
Thank you.
Thank you, David, for the super.
Part of one of the things you did when you came into office was you formed this new anti-corruption unit. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Oh,
Can you walk us through the decision process to stand that unit up, if that replaced any other units, and who was a part of that unit once it was stood up?
And I'm actually not sure we called it the anti-corruption unit when we first took over. So when
You
I
came up with
became
the
the
name
district
later?
attorney, Paul Howard had 101 police brutality cases, many that went back to years, maybe to 2009. People in the community were very upset. It was both unfair to the law enforcement officers and to the community that decisions were not made. And so I knew that one of the things that I was going to have to do was to make sure that every case got looked at and was evaluated. And so I was looking for attorneys to do that. I'm not sure if that's what we called it at first, because I think we called it the Civil Rights Unit, in fact. When we first opened it, I think it was the Civil Rights Unit. At some point, I go to visit other huge district attorneys' offices that have kind of the same kind of struggles that I have as a major metro area. I went to visit the Houston District Attorney's office at that time, and in that office they had divided cases, and I thought it was a brilliant way to do business. And so I think that's the point that I then formed a civil rights unit, which would only deal with police brutality, and an anti-corruption unit. So I think when we first started that it was called the Civil Rights Unit.
Okay, how many people were part of that unit once you got it fully operational?
Well, it depends. You know, the county has, in
It
my
only dealt
opinion,
with one
stolen
civil
people
rights
from me, so
issue?
we can't do the job as effectively as needs to be done. I've had as many as, it varies. It has varied because we had an anti-corruption unit and a civil rights unit. So it's varied.
Can you give us a range?
It really depends on who you're calling the anti-corruption unit. I've probably not had more than 2 lawyers in that unit, maybe 3 at any given time, an investigator or 2, and a legal assistant. They may have been doing double duty somewhere else.
And you entered into a contract with Chris Campbell to do some taint work as a part of that unit, is that correct?
Oh,
That would be the civil rights unit.
Well, it sounds like they were somewhat interchangeable from what you just said. You said that it was called the
No,
Civil Rights Unit when it
because-
started.
The civil rights unit may have encompassed everything at first, and then it ultimately becomes police brutality cases. And so what Mr. Campbell was, when the police take a statement, I know you're not an attorney, but there's an issue called garrity. And what happens is government employees, mostly we're talking about law enforcement officers, they will make a statement to the police, but that statement won't be Mirandized. There's all kinds of legal rules around it. I can't be privy to those statements. I shouldn't have them. Sometimes I think the police almost put them in there intentionally, and so they'll be intertwined in statements and reports. And so what he was hired to do is to redact. So once that I got a file from the GBI when somebody had been shot by an officer, I never read that. That way we were never tainted. That's why we use that word, by never seeing that. And so yes, he was hired. He had been, I believe my recollection is he had been a former law enforcement officer, and he was a lawyer. I thought he was great for that work.
And Terrence Bradley was involved in that work.
He had been a former
well, correct?
probation officer and an attorney. That's one of the reasons that I thought that they would do outstanding at it, because they had long histories in the law enforcement community and lawyers.
Was Mr.
I
Wade?
have lawyers now currently doing that work.
Was Mr. Wade involved with the taint work?
No.
Mr. Wade, Bradley, and Campbell were law partners. Is that correct at the time?
Loosely is what I understand. I can't tell you about the design of, I can't tell you the design of his firm. I think more so what happened is they shared office space and cost or something, but I don't know. I shouldn't speak to that or speculate to it.
Did you place anyone in charge of the anti-corruption unit, or did everyone that worked for there report directly to you?
I mean, ultimately, everyone reports directly to me, but the anti-corruption
What that
unit, so when it was a civil rights unit, yes, it had a lawyer that was over it. His name is Brian Watkins. He is a lawyer that's been practicing law longer than I. And at first he had everything until we realized there was so much volume of work. Because it doesn't just do this kind of work. It's not just police brutality now, right? Now it's, police lied, or it's an elected
Shout out to the
official
person
did
that was
something
trying
wrong.
not
It
to
just
block the
became too
camera,
much.
crawling
Once
out
we
the
stood up
corner.
these units and my county understood we were doing these kind of things, fortunately or unfortunately, the office started to get referrals, and so it just grew.
How many cases has this unit brought to trial approximately?
Oh, I couldn't tell you over the years, but we brought some to trial, especially these police brutality cases. I couldn't tell you exactly, so I'm not going to speculate.
Okay.
It's not as many as like my
Right.
major crimes unit, but I can tell you that the anti-corruption and the civil rights unit, they cost me the most money because of the experts that are needed when you are trying a police case.
How much money would you estimate that you spend a year on that unit?
I can't, and I'm not.
You
You can't, you're not what, I'm sorry?
I'm not going to speculate to it. I can't estimate how much.
All right, we're not going to be very pausy McPauserton with this one. We're going to try to watch most of it straight through. But can I get a pulse from the chat? Like, are you guys familiar with like police brutality cases and stories of them being prosecuted, taken to trial, discipline being issued? Is that like a common thing that Fulton County's doing?
You know, I can make everything about Tounk, right? Do you want to watch? You want to watch me? The officer that arrested Antonio in 2021 is the subject of the largest police brutality civil judgment in the history of the state of Georgia. I believe it's like $100 million.
So is what she's talking about a civil rights unit where they have to respond to civil claims brought by individual citizens and her unit responds to them? Or is she talking about criminal prosecutions, disciplinary action against?
I don't know what she's. I mean, I don't know. It's ridiculous. I'm sorry. I can't take her seriously when she talks about civil rights.
I just don't have, and I read a lot of Fulton County news. I look for it on purpose. Like I funnel, my algorithm feeds it to me, and I just don't see cases where I hear anything about Fani Willis's office doing anything to improve on police brutality cases.
Oh,
if it's
improve.
out there, it's like speckled.
Oh, that's public.
I think so. This has to be like a response when citizens are bringing the cases.
Yeah. I mean, I do think that like they have these units that don't really do the thing they're supposed to do. Like the
and a civil rights unit, but then we change it to just dealing with police brutality. Why? Because if we left it as civil rights, we should have to look at the civil rights violations over at the Fulton County Jail, Rice Street. So we narrow down the focus of our division now because we don't want to acknowledge that's under our own roof.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's kind of like the all their post-conviction groups aren't really like the cold
Georgia
case unit.
Integrity Unit, the CIA.
Yeah. I still don't even think it's real. But yeah, actually, that's a good example. So the post-conviction integrity unit, the lead prosecutor does like domestic violence cases, and they were funded when they did the federal funding request. It was supposed to be exclusive. They were supposed to hire somebody exclusively to do post-conviction integrity work, and now she's doing like prosecution stuff as opposed to post-conviction stuff. So it's just everything's blurred, and they don't.
I don't
really
remember the
put the truth in
stats,
there.
but their intake, like the amount of money, the cases available for them to look at, and then the intake of what they're actually taking time to review is a very, very small proportion of what's available to them. Like
I think
it was like a 4-year period, and it was only like 3 cases that were
I'm
intaked.
beating them. I'm beating them on terms of sentences modified. I'm
Yep,
winning.
I agree. Yeah,
No, like,
Hal
by
is
the
winning.
numbers.
Give Hal the funding. So, guys, we're gonna hit play, but I'm a little bit confused on what it sounds good, but what exactly is she saying? It
She
sounds
has-
good.
She has the
but
political
ew.
instincts of like a turnip. Like they're like it's you're trying to make yourself look like the victim, which is fine politically, but like the guy asking the questions is being perfectly nice, and he's asking perfectly like basic, reasonable questions, and then she's just like snapping at him. He's like, "So, oh, cool, you have a civil rights division. How many people are in that?"
I have
I
no
can't,
idea
and
about
I
anything.
won't possibly speculate about it. And he's like, "Oh man, I just wanted to hear about your cool civil rights division."
Right, and this is all
Sorry.
based on. So, guys, like the purpose of this, there's a primer in the video if you want a deeper breakdown on what the Senate committee is doing. This isn't a disciplinary hearing. That there's no direct discipline that's going to come from this panel against Fani Willis. They're here to do some research to figure out, do we have the right laws to make sure that if there is something we need to have oversight over, a DA's office, not just Fani, but a DA's office, that us as the Senate, a legislative body, is there a mechanism there? Do we need to pass new laws? Do we need to amend existing laws to make sure if we're going to hire a special prosecutor, we know where the funding's coming from and that we have oversight over that hire? Do we need new laws to allow that to happen? So this is supposed to be like a fact-finding research. Testimony is evidence, and they're going to use that to evaluate decision-making on whether or not to write and pass new legislation. That's the whole purpose of this. And the question here is the funding of your office, how much your staff is paid, how much funding is going to different departments. Are those departments effectively using those funds? And I don't think we've really gotten any answers, because when it comes to answering those questions, she's saying, just like Hal pointed out, I will not speculate. So the things that we're here to hear, we're not hearing.
Yeah.
We're just hearing a whole bunch of other stuff.
Let's see, there's one question. The rumor is she paid Wade using Young Thug C's. How did you know what I was? Young Thug C's property, right? We don't know if it was specifically his property, but he was paid out of asset forfeiture funds.
Exactly that.
I actually did a video on how you can look up. I'll try to find the link once we play again, but how you can look up like funding information in Fulton County. Fulton County actually has really good transparency, which is kind of funny because you can see where all the money goes. You just have to take the time to check. But I'll find the link once we start playing again. But yeah, she paid Wade at least a couple $100,000 out of. Don't quote me on that. That's just an estimation. At least a couple $100,000 on out of the.
The number was like, one of the payments was $36,000, and I think it was Ashley Merchant that raised the question because it was on the line item. It was shown that the invoice was paid through the civil forfeiture fund.
Yep.
And the reason this ties to Young Thug, I did a video on this a while ago. I'll add it to the description. A spokesperson for the civil forfeiture fund came out and said, well, that couldn't be possible. That had to be a clerical error because we don't even have that much money in civil forfeiture funds at a given moment.
Oh, that's
Meanwhile,
right.
they had seized over $100,000 in cash from Young Thug. So obviously they're going to have sums of money that exceed this $36,000. It was just a BS excuse, a demonstrably false statement. Just
and my favorite thing she said so far is when they were talking about retaining prior staff. There's a certain prosecutor. All of you are going to know who I'm talking about. And I know that essentially every defense lawyer in the state of Georgia was saying, you can't retain this person. You have to get rid of this person. She's like antithetical to what a prosecutor should be. You guys won't be able to guess who I'm talking about, but she kept her.
I think we have an emoji.
The results
we might
were
have a channel
predictable.
emoji.
I mean, I'm thinking about, Tiffany's story about how this prosecutor put a rape victim in Rice Street to get her to testify
Oh, we talked about this
against her own
morning
husband.
during the
Yeah.
presser.
Yeah.
So yeah, we have an emoji over here on my side of the channel. Maybe, I don't know if Hal will add one to his. We are going to hit play though, you guys. We will get caught up. Don't worry. If
Okay.
you guys didn't know though, Happily Angry Lawyer is representing Antonio Sledge. That's who he meant by Tounk. He's also got, you're up to 3, you said, right? Sentences corrected for individuals that had a plea for one reason or another in the YSL case because of how crappily the sentence was written.
Yep.
So great work over there. Lots of mistakes from the Fulton County prosecution, despite all the fluff and good things that we're hearing about today from Fani. So you guys want to hear more?
Okay. Is that something you could provide for the committee?
I don't know that I can. What happens is I have a professional services budget, and my top deputies of certain units, so my ED over major crimes, if he needs an expert, he can hire one. For instance, if you all want to look into legislation, look into properly funding your GBI. The GBI does not have enough scientific experts. This is not a criticism of the GBI. The scientists
That's
that are
true.
there are excellent. I want that to be noted that I said that. The scientists that are there are excellent, but they do not have enough experts. So in year 1, when I become the DA, they tell me, and I have an email that proves it, we can't test all your ballistics evidence. We don't have enough. So I have to go into my budget, more than $100,000, I can tell you that. I think it's been about that annually, and hire private scientists to do that ballistics work. Now, I got the names of those scientists from the GBI, but also my deputy, Mr. Watkins, over civil rights. If he needs an expert, he knows that he can get one. If my ED over major crimes needs an expert, they can get one. My domestic violence expert, if they need a domestic violence expert, they can get one. And so it all comes out of this professional services budget that I both pay attorneys that come in and work as special prosecutors, and that I pay professional witnesses that we have to hire to do our work.
So Mr. Watkins was in charge by title, or was it more so by function that he was in charge of the unit?
I don't understand your question.
Did he have a title of director of the anti-corruption unit, or was he just a person that everyone knew would make the calls within the unit?
He was the deputy of the civil rights unit.
Okay.
He remains the deputy of the civil rights unit. At some point, the civil rights unit became civil rights and anti-corruption.
Do you use those terms interchangeably now?
I do not use them interchangeably. I have one deputy over anti-corruption and one deputy over civil rights.
Who's the current deputy over
This is
anti-corruption?
confusing.
Tanya Boykin.
Who is the first one?
Sonia Allen. She is now the district attorney of Cobb County. She had a great DA from Fulton endorse her, and she won.
What was Mr. Wade's role in the anti-corruption unit?
He didn't have a role in the anti-corruption unit.
The election interference case, what unit did it fall under?
I called it the election team.
Okay. When Mr. Wade was he hired solely to focus on this election, to work on this election team, or did he do other work within your office?
I don't remember. I think there were times where I'd bring in some of my senior personnel and ask them, what's your thought on this case or these facts? I always involve wise counsel. I'm sure he was in some of those meetings.
Would you classify Mr. Wade as senior personnel and as been part of your team?
Would I classify him as senior? So he was a special prosecutor. He never worked for me as an employee. What I would call him is a seasoned lawyer, 25 years, first African-American lawyer to ever serve Cobb County as a municipal court judge. What I would call him is a lawyer with a distinguished resume.
Okay. When did you begin to consider whether to bring charges in response to the 2020 presidential election in Georgia?
Don't answer that. That's a deliberative privilege.
Well,
Don't answer that. I instruct you not to answer.
tell him, Roy.
Is it true that part of your transition team was involved in the process of interviewing people before you entered office to lead the investigation into the 2020 presidential election?
I'd like to answer that.
Go right ahead. You only take my advice sometimes anyway. Go ahead.
That's really an ignorant question. And if you understand what the word ignorant means, it means the lack of knowledge. If you recall the facts, I was already district attorney when this all came to light. So it's factually impossible.
You were district attorney when what came to light?
When Raffensperger went on Good Morning America or whatever show he went on. I was already district attorney, so what you ask is a factual impossibility. Now, I know they've gotten black folks confused and said I was running for office, saying I was going to prosecute the President of the United States, but that's what we call a lie.
Okay. I would like
Take your
to,
advice from here on out, okay?
Yeah.
if you take a look at the screen for me. if
For
you
somebody
will.
who locks up innocent black people, she claims
This
black
is
people have
from
blood.
Mr. Wade's deposition to members of Jim Jordan's committee. And it was asked for the search committee. You said that began when DA Willis took office on January 1, 2021. Is that correct? Yes. And there was outreach to you to be part of the search committee prior to January 2021, January 1, 2021. Absolutely. When did that start? Sometime after the election, but prior to her taking office. Okay, so between the election, you're referring to November 2020 election. Is that correct? Yes, ma'am. And so when you had conversations with individuals, you said on multiple occasions, you said no, and you turned down the position. Who were those conversations with? They were with the district attorney.
So I think you're confusing facts. We've already had a long conversation about, I interviewed everybody at the DA's office, and I interviewed other people to come and work at the district attorney's office. And as I told you, I did that on my free time before I became DA. But I had no way of knowing that these criminals were going to commit a crime. And that did not come to light until January of 2021 when I'm actually the DA. So it is a factual impossibility, like I already told you. I think that that is misinterpreted. He's absolutely correct. We looked for talent for the district attorney's office before I became the DA. I didn't wait till the day I took office to look for talent that would represent my office. But I was unable to look for talent for a case that didn't exist before I took office. It's factually impossible. It's common sense. You don't need to be a lawyer.
Look at Roy.
I'm going to read you some additional testimony. I'll try to put it on the
You
screen.
can read me
She's
as
just
much
gonna
as
keep
you
reading.
want, but
And I
that's the
will. Thank you,
truth.
Madam DA.
Why is she like this?
And I apologize. I did not intend to have to
I think
get into
I don't
this
know.
here.
I think people like a good clapback, and if it sounds like a good clapback, maybe we won't pay attention to
What was
what you're avoiding
when
answering.
Mr. Wade says that there was an interview on line 13, as you'll see here. This is prior to you entering office. What were you interviewing him for?
I didn't interview him prior to him entering office. He had a thriving law practice. Even when he ends up being offered the position, he doesn't want it.
So you
Okay,
offered
now-
it to him without interviewing him? What?
But then use
So
him
it's
to
your
help
testimony
interview other
today that you and
people.
Mr. Wade did not have
Because
any
Wade was helping her
conversations
interview.
prior to you taking office relative to an investigation into the 2020 election.
Don't answer.
Don't answer.
That is a deliberative privilege of what goes on in a district attorney's mind and the process that goes.
She wasn't district attorney.
She was.
Prior to being sworn in, she was district attorney?
No, she was not, but you asked.
Because I'll return to my question. Prior to you being sworn in as district attorney, is it your testimony today that you did not have any conversation with Mr. Wade about investigating the 2020 election?
It's a yes or no question. Please be normal.
Do you want to answer?
It's a dumbass question.
I know it is, but go ahead and tell him because it occurred after she took office, but go
I
ahead.
didn't know that he was going to commit a crime prior to me taking office. Like, factually, it's impossible.
Okay, thank you.
That could have been a no. Could have been done 30 seconds ago.
Would you agree with the statement? Actually, I'll skip that question. When did you decide to hire outside of your office a special assistant district attorney for this election case?
Oh, Lord. So when I became the district attorney of Fulton County, the office was in absolute chaos. I have to take you back. Can you hear me?
It's a little, I was going to try to turn you up if you don't mind leaning forward.
When I became the district attorney of Fulton County, the office was in absolute chaos. And I mean every level of
Wait, did her
chaos.
shawl fall?
On
Is that
the
hers?
ground, the carpet was molded and there were holes in it, and it was disgusting, a disgusting environment. There were boxes in offices, some to where you couldn't open the door. I remember walking through the office before. I told you I'd fired 50 or 60, I don't know exactly how many employees that I felt were unqualified to do this work. That doesn't mean they were bad people, but they were unqualified for the positions that they held. There were 18,000, write that down,
Oh, geez, wow.
18,000 unindicted cases that went back 6 or 7 years that I was looking at. Not to mention another, 10,000 indicted cases in the system. Now, some that the judges had hid on judicial hold, but they were still there. So the office was in absolute chaos. And then I'm in the office I came in that Saturday, so that would have been day one. That was the day that I walked through the office.
I can't even hear you over
And
there.
I'm literally in the office that Monday or Tuesday. I can't recall now what day it is.
That was Saturday. Okay.
And there's this phone call, and the Secretary of State saying, oh, the proper venue to investigate this might be Fulton County. And so my priority became, and this is important too, there were 200 and something murders that had been sitting for years, families that had been waiting for justice for years. And so when I come to be the district attorney, my first responsibility is just getting the office properly set up. In fact, one of the most important roles I held up that I tried to find was the head of the civil rights lawyer. So when Brian Watkins
head of the
walked into
civil
my
rights lawyer?
office and actually interviewed to come there because he was not with the old
She didn't wanna
administration.
speculate
That was
about-
like a gift from God, that I had a lawyer that had enough experience and would be talented enough and ethical enough and have the integrity to do this work. But my primary job was getting the entire office set up. So I immediately do things like set up a murder backlog project. I put Mike Carlson and Michael Sprinkle in charge of that. We're going to get every family's going to get an answer.
And
They may not
Carlson.
like the answer. The answer maybe we can't prosecute
Our
this,
two
but
favorite
we're not
Michaels.
going to sit with cases. We got to make decisions on these cases. And it took us years to get through that, but we did. And I'm happy to sit here and announce to you every one of those 18,000 cases, a decision got made on to include those 101 police cases I talked about, as well as the
remember the
46,100 and I think 36 cases that came in January 1st, 2021 till December 31st of 2024. So while people tell these lies about the DA ain't been working, I want you to find a DA working as hard as me.
My question was, when did you decide to hire outside counsel, a special assistant district attorney, for the election interference
simple
case?
question.
When it became obvious that this case would take so much investigation to learn the
Oh my
truth,
God.
and
Oh my God. When
that
was
I
that?
would need people that could focus on that. And although I had talent in the office that was being developed, each and every member of my staff had a priority. See, this is the most important case to you. Let me tell you what the most important case was to me. When I walked in the office, there had been 2 black children that had been killed, Sequoia Turner and Kennedy Maxwell. Those
Oh,
were
they're
the
gonna
2
talk
most
about
important
that
cases to me as the
conviction.
DA. And I needed
you
to
know-
make sure that those families.
So I don't know exactly about the second case, but the first case she scored a
Julian
conviction
Conley.
on. So she's going to remember that. She remembers the conviction example.
How is she like what? Again, she has the worst. I can't believe she was like a potential presidential like prospect like fairly recently, like 6, 7, 8 years. She has the worst political instincts of anybody alive. Just be normal and like just answer. These aren't even like aggressive questions. She's taking.
They're like dates. The answer is dates.
Yeah. Like you did hire your boyfriend to be a special prosecutor. Even if you didn't do anything wrong, it's still worthy of investigation. She knows that. Like
Yeah, I think this is filibustering. That's what I
Yeah.
think.
it's like bad filibustering though. Like try to be likable. Try to make people like it's a perfectly legitimate topic. And like why are you talking about moldy carpets? You were asked about a date and you started talking about moldy carpets. I also like the fact that she's saying like, oh, we didn't what was it? We didn't charge president of what? She was a potential like president of the United States candidate. She was kind of the next in line behind what's her face, the former Secretary of State, the one who's like a big fundraiser now. I can't think of her name, but she was like a rising star in the Democratic Party, and she just picks every fight, and it's completely unnecessary. And she just looks like she's hiding stuff and being combative about stuff that doesn't even matter, really.
I think it gets a lot of views. We're here watching this because we know there's going to be like spicy moments. So it makes some of the more dry stuff a bit more interesting to parse out. But I don't think that stuff that's entertaining necessarily translates into good performance in office.
Yeah, I don't think it's like entertaining because
it's a mess.
Like
it's
like
the
yeah.
rubbernecking with a car. Yeah, there you go.
It's like she's like Lil Woody, and that's not a comparison you want if you're the district attorney. It's just like a train wreck.
I think it's a great comparison because she's speaking well of her team, her staffing, her prosecutions, and you have Woody, a lay person. He's not a politician. He doesn't work for the prosecution office. He got up there and played the prosecutor.
He had better political instincts than she does, and it's not close.
Yeah,
by a wide margin.
100%.
And I'm also thinking about like all these cases. She's like, we didn't indict these cases. And I'm like, yeah, because they were terrible. Like, think of the YSL case. That would have fallen into that list of cases. Or Wolfenbarger. That's another one.
Christopher Wolfenbarger is a good one, you guys.
Resources on both of those cases. And they were just terrible cases. Like, that's why they weren't indicted.
Well, you guys ready for more mess?
You don't recall. Do you want me to?
He's got justice, but the
What date?
cases didn't come with a bow on them. In fact, one of the cases was particularly not done properly. And so my priority became making sure I had the talent to make sure we got all of those cases done. If you're wondering, both those men are doing life right now for taking those children from us.
Certainly aware of the case and the autonomous zone and everything that happened back in that
That's the Correa
tragic
Turner,
time
Julia
frame.
Connelly
So
case.
definitely appreciate those murderers being behind bars.
Nice.
So you didn't really give me a date range, but we'll just move on here. But you did consider Governor Barnes for this role. He's testified to that previously.
And let me tell you what Governor Barnes told me. Governor Barnes told me when he was the governor, he changed the state flag from the Confederate flag. And that as a result of him changing the Confederate flag to changing the flag to make it more inclusive to all Georgians, that the Ku Klux Klan sat outside his house and that he lived under threat during that time period. He told me that him and his beautiful wife had survived that, but that he was an older gentleman now. I'm going to say that nicely. He was an older gentleman, and due to the nuts that would come out of the woodwork if I was doing this type of work, that he was not at a juncture in his life where he could take those kind of security risks. He also refused to work for $250 an hour.
I can attest to that.
We've got some questioning in here, Governor, on your rates, and we'll get to that in a little bit. You did, Madam DA, you considered several attorneys for this case in addition to Mr. Barnes?
I did.
And ultimately, you selected Mr. Wade to oversee the anti-corruption unit. Is that correct?
He never oversaw the
I'm sorry.
anti-corruption unit.
My apologies. To oversee the elections interference case.
To manage, yes.
How would you delineate manage versus my choice of oversee?
They're the same.
Okay.
What? Why?
What happened between January 2021, I believe that's when the phone call was that you referenced, in November 2021, which was the time that Mr. Wade signed his first contract? What type of work happened within any area of your office in terms of gathering evidence or considering whether or not to bring these charges?
Perfectly reasonable question.
Not particularly. I don't think it's any of their business.
You're getting into why a grand jury returns
Why?
a bill of indictment. That is a deliberative process.
Oh.
In the discretion of the district attorney. We're not going to get, I'm going to instruct her not to handle it. Wait just a minute, let me finish. You can, if you see fit, you can seek to enforce that question, at which time she would be entitled to a jury trial in Fulton County, and I would be able to cross-examine you with each one of you with a real judge ruling on real law. But until that happens, I'm going to instruct her not to.
So on your advice of counsel, you're asserting privilege.
I'm telling her not to answer.
I'm clarifying with the
She
witness.
doesn't have to answer that. I'm not a potted plant. I can answer.
You can advise, you can absolutely advise your client, Governor Barnes. I'm asking your
I
client.
suggest you move on.
I'm asking your client if you are asserting privilege on the answer to the question.
I made the objection on the record and told you even what you can do to enforce it.
What was the total cost of the election interference case?
I don't recall, but if we want to talk about cost, I'd love to talk about how last year alone the AG paid one lawyer $8 million.
You don't know what the cost of you don't know the cost of the election interference case?
I don't know the exact cost.
What's the range?
I don't want to speculate to numbers.
Oh, but you took out time to look up the cost of
Whatever it cost, they tried to steal the rights of thousands of Georgians. It couldn't have been enough.
What was the rough total operating budget of your office last year?
I don't know that. It's probably around $40 million.
How do you not
That's
know
a
that?
speculation and a
That's your whole
guess.
job.
That includes state money, grant money, and that's not an exact number. I don't do the budget. I have very high-level conversations about that.
Okay. Can you give us a rough breakdown of that, the county budget and the state budget?
I cannot, and I'm not going to guess for you.
Does the federal government give you any money?
I do have some grants, yes.
The only source of federal money you get is from grants?
To my knowledge, I don't. There may be something else. We may have some federal seizure money. If we do, it's not much.
It's not much.
So I don't know. I don't want to speculate. If I say, oh, they gave me grant money and this federal seizure money, and you find some line item someplace that I don't know, you'll swear I was trying to lie to you when the truth
No,
is
I'm
I
just-
don't know the correct answer.
I'm just trying to get to, I know you run a tight ship over there, you're proud of your work. I would assume that you would
I'm
have
the
some
best
sort
DA in the Southeast. Why wouldn't I be proud of my work?
what's your annual budget?
He's being nice to you.
I told you it's around $40 million, but I do not know an exact number.
And what's the approximate source of funds that you receive from the state versus the county?
Me, like every other district attorney in this state, do not receive enough funds. I told you that you all pay 20 to 25 ADAs. I don't know the exact number. I don't have it in front of me. You pay two legal assistants and one investigator. Now, Fulton County is 1.2 million people. It's the place that when people come to Georgia, they're coming is to Atlanta. On a daily basis, we have 5 million people, and we are very improperly funded.
Still coming
If
here?
this committee wants to do some real work, it'll get serious about crime fighting among this state. From every rural community to
Ma'am, I'm gonna give you-
I'm answering my question.
I'm good, that's not the answer to the question.
Okay, well,
You have the right to finish.
It's non-responsive.
if this committee wants to get serious about legislation to make the communities in the state of Georgia safer, they will invest more money in every district attorney's office across this state. That's the rural DAs need more.
That's not how special committees work. Special committees are formed to take on a particular issue. So
Yeah.
they can't just suddenly change now and decide we're going to be a civil rights special committee and then change it to a whatever she keeps saying she changed her own division for. Special committees open up for a particular purpose. This is a special committee on investigations who's trying to weigh whether or not they need new legislation that will give them the power, or if they can amend existing legislation so that way they can have some oversight when there might be some misuse of funds or corruption in hiring processes.
Sorry, I just
That's what we're
realized,
here for.
I just realized I had to turn my headphones down. I was like, why is Kat so quiet? Sorry, she just got really loud just then. Yeah, it's also like, it's like nothing's her job. They're asking her about like specifics, and she's like, I don't do that low level stuff. Then they ask her about, high level budgetary details. She doesn't know that stuff either. Like, what do you know? What
She knew.
what
she
is it
knew
you
what
say you
one-
do here?
She prepped her soundbite for the salary of $8 million. She went and knew that number
Yeah.
as a soundbite. Which it'd be fine if you knew that, but also knew your own stuff. That's how you should deliver some type of clap back. come prepared with all the answers, but don't have a clap back to deflect from what you're here to answer. So also shout out here, GV says committee full of typical man and free Munk Tounk. Always free Munk Tounk, aka Antonio Sledge, swapping that around. And also huge thank you, Nick Starr just gifted 10 memberships. So if you just turned green, make sure you're saying thank you. You'll have access to channel emojis over here on my channel. And Nick Starr as well has a channel where he covers a ton of stuff. Also, Fani Willis, Fulton County Shenanigans. So I'm going to drop a link to that in a second.
The middle size, the residentials, and the big cities like Atlanta, all of us need more resources to be able to do our job appropriately. And it is a joke the way that these people are funded that are dedicating their lives to public service. Also, I want to go back to, because this is extremely important and you have the power to do it, the Georgia Bureau of Investigation
Madam DA,
cannot
I
taste
did
rape
not ask you
kids.
for advice on what the legislature
You
can
asked
do.
it.
That's
We-
exactly what the resolution said.
It's a ridiculous answer.
Advise on legislation.
And we will get to that time.
Well, you answer the question, she has a right to fully answer.
And if she would answer the question, Governor, I would not be saying it. She's pontificating on everything from rape kits, which was what she was about to get into. The question was the amount of money that came from state funds and county funds. And if she doesn't know the answer to that question, the answer is I don't know. The question isn't let me talk. The answer isn't let me talk about rape kits. So I'll get back to the line of questioning. I'm going to give you latitude
right.
here, Madam DA. But same way in a courtroom, there are guardrails as to what we need to stay in and within.
That press conference
Indeed,
was about this.
Governor. And this is not a courtroom.
Power to make evidentiary rulings, and you don't have the power.
I have plenary power, Governor, to conduct the meeting.
No, sir, you do
Absolutely.
not. You do not have plenary power. I know you think you do, and that you're above the law, but you are not.
Wow.
If you want to cite her for contempt,
Governor.
she is entitled to a jury trial, and I can examine you on your actions, and I can examine you on your motives, then I will
You
be
just
glad
asked
to
a simple
take
question.
that
What are we doing here?
Make my day.
We know the motives. He's on the ballot.
Governor, this is
This
A-
is a witch hunt.
this is a
Always
hearing
been a witch
of the
hunt.
Senate Special Committee on Investigations.
You're not worried about those that you convicted illegally and locked up. Why is it?
He
that
just
you
Why isn't
don't
Fani
have-
worried about
We're going to go
that?
on to our next question. How are the funds, you say that we give you the money, and I know that's a loose
One
term,
DA for every-
and
That's-
that
if you
flows
wanna know-
into the Fulton County coffers, so to speak, and when you remit payment, you do that through the Fulton County accounting system. Is that correct?
Your question was compound. I didn't understand
Sure.
that.
I'll try to break that down. When checks are written as a result of a check request made by your office, those checks are paid
Yes.
by Fulton County. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes.
Answer.
I don't know how every check
How do
is
you not
written and
know
if that's
that?
going to be 100% accurate. So I'm going to refrain from asking that question. What I can tell you is that
She knows where it's going.
and probably happens in every other circuit. The district attorney has control over their budget, and they don't have to go to the county. But I understood.
don't know
I was
how
a
much the
woman
budget
DA
is, but
coming
you have
into the
control
office.
over it.
I also understood that I was African American, and so therefore there would always be
Oh
a
my
target on my
God.
back. And so I did two things financially. One is I've never, so people can stop requesting, had a credit card associated with that office. Never. So I've never had a credit card, will never have a credit card. The other thing I did is that there is a CFO of Fulton County, a white female, her name is Sharon Whitmore. I believe you've heard from her. And so I made it so that the procedures of my office, although I did not have to do it, that it has to go through her for clearance. That way nobody would say the district attorney stole any money.
Okay, that gets to the core of my question. So when you're paying vendors, when you're paying contractors, that's going through, I think you said her name was Ms. Whitmore, and she did testify before the committee. What I'm getting to, and I'm trying to figure out, is whether when the state funds come in, the federal funds come in, the county funds come in, are those paid for out of separate accounts, or those funds kind of commingled into a general budget, if you will, and that gets allocated?
I really couldn't answer the question. There's many different pots of money from the county. The state directly pays those state employees. Then they get another check from the county, the ones that don't make enough from the state. I really can't fully answer your question of all the ways. I have a team that I call my deputy. I have a deputy of operations and a team that does that kind of stuff. But There's some money from the county, there's some money from the state. The grant money I know goes through the state. The truth is, I don't have any grants. Fulton County has grants, but those grants do benefit.
But everybody has to answer through you. You said that at the beginning. And yet anytime you're asked to describe about, well, all my committees do this stuff for me, but everybody answers through me. Where is your own oversight over any of this funding? Like,
She wants to.
I don't think this is helping. All of this talk, it sounds good if you listen to one sentence at a time, but when you piece it together, she's like self-eating. She's self-cannibalizing.
Hold on a second. I want to send you a little link to her testimony.
Okay. Is something you want to play right away? Or
No, we don't have to do it right now.
okay. Let me know later.
Fit my office. My Saki unit
Suspense
is
for the chat.
renowned. I'm ending the year with a 100% conviction rate on Special Victims Division.
This is the press conference she did yesterday. She
Yeah, it
did this
is.
to brag about her 100% conviction rate right before she knew she had to testify. If you want to watch that, we just streamed it this morning. It's a mess.
Saki is a sexual assault kit initiative. Georgia, like many states, failed victims, mainly victims of color. And so rape kits for years, going back to the 80s, were not tested. So we have a grant with the federal government that, and I'm talking about
Several.
thousands of rape
Millions.
kits where they go and
millions
they
of
test
dollars.
those rape kits. What we have found is if they would have done those jobs and believed those victims, that many of those rape kits go back to serial rapists. They also go back to people that have committed other crimes. I have excellent attorneys that are in that unit, some that I pay out of the grant, some that I add with my general fund. And as I said, not just my Saki unit, but my crimes against children unit, my Saki unit, my sexual assault unit, my human trafficking unit. We're ending the year with 100%.
So just yes.
Sounds like she's describing her. I do my job. Like, cool.
Well, and she's saying all that was bad. Everything that was not being done was happening before me. I came in, I'm amazing, I've done everything. But she fired Amanda Timpson, who was clearing a backlog of cases that hadn't been dispositioned, that were just sitting. So, there's a pre-indictment diversion program that Fulton County put a lot of effort into, hiring resources for, hiring people for. Amanda Timpson's transferred over to that department, and pre-indictment diversion is meant to help you keep your job. If it's your first time offense, it's something where, not that serious of a crime, it's a misdemeanor. Let's come up with a resolution that doesn't force you to lose your job and put you in a circumstance where it's going to be more difficult for you to be a productive member of society, which would then put you in a pipeline to reoffend. So we have this program, but they weren't closing out cases. So whenever someone would do a background check, it would look like, hey, there's this arrest record, there's this criminal background, even though the individual was told, hey, we're not prosecuting this is done. They never dispositioned it to get it off these individual records. It's like thousands of files. So Amanda Timpson was going in there and going through all that. And she's acting like, and then she fires Amanda Timpson. And then when it comes to the Saki kit that she's bragging about, this is her tenure. There was an inquiry in fiscal year 2020, and they're going to cover the range. This is from 2024. From 2020 to 2023, the Fulton County's DA's office received $22 million. They've received several more grants since. According to the Bureau of Justice Assistance, these funds were authorized to address the issues that underline the problems of unsubmitted sexual assault kits and help law enforcement and prosecutors solve more of these heinous crimes. However, data published by Fulton County from 2020 to 2023, each year, so Fani is in position, show that the Fulton County DA's office spent approximately 49% of its Saki funding expenditures on travel and conference expenses, such as hotel, airfare, and rental cars. And approximately 28% was actually spent on professional services, such as forensic and DNA testing. Moreover, in 2023, the Fulton County DA's office spent approximately 98% of its Saki funding on travel and conference expenditures. So it gets worse the more we're into her tenure.
Yeah,
It's 49% during this range here, and then it soars up to 98%. So either we're not doing good record keeping, and this is a clerical error, which is also a problem, or we're getting worse. And then we do this big press conference yesterday before this testimony about how we've handled many, many of these kits, and we've gotten 100% convictions on the cases we've brought forward. So
that's fair.
Important context. I think that's really important context here.
Yeah, I think it was, but this is my theory about the Wolfenbarger case, because there's a separate grant they have for cold cases. and they just randomly brought this case years later. It was a weak case, and it was a similar thing. They spent all the money on, travel. You can't tell exactly what it's from, but travel and conferences, and they had nothing to show for it. Then they brought the Wolfenbarger case. No, it's the other thing I was going to say.
And usually that type of funding typically will be, hey, we have these cases we want to prosecute, but we need the staff members. So we need 4 staff members to make this case happen, and their salaries would be X amount. So that's the funding that we're looking for. And then they get that funding, and then we watch the case play out. First day, witness is pointing at the prosecution table about a missing VHS. We don't get very far for the case to turn into a hot mess.
Yeah. I was going to say, I did a video on, I think I mentioned this earlier. I did a video on how to look through the data in Fulton County. I just posted a link.
Is that what you just linked in your chat?
Yeah. So if you go to that, I'll show you how
put it in private so I can link it to my chat. Guys, this is a good video. It'll show you how to look up. It can be difficult and annoying to try to figure out where to find information. It takes some time. So it's always good if there's an easier way to do it or someone showing you how to, like Hal's going to do with this information. He just shared to his chat. I'm dropping it here, and I'll put it in the show notes. I'll call it Jim's video.
Once you familiarize yourself with how it works, like I said earlier, there is a ton of data. It is really cool. Fulton County does have really cool data tools. You can look at like the daily prison population. You can look at, anytime there's a death in the right street, you can get information on it. Any kind of funding, you can get like federal funding data, grant information. There's a lot of stuff in there. One of my cases that I found was actually through just looking through like budget line item stuff.
Well, you have a background where you're good at looking at fine detail. That's a bit more. It takes me more time. But guys, definitely worth checking that out. Again, it will be in the description of my video. I'm assuming Hal will put it in his description for anyone that's watching on Replay Crew.
I should do that.
And don't worry, I know we're getting a bit behind, but they do take a lunch break, so we'll be able to skip through that, and we're going to cover all of it. We're not going to miss anything. And we've got, as Roy Barnes is holding his watch over here. You guys ready for more drama?
No, on these, we can move quickly on to the next topic. You said you do not have a county credit card or a DA credit card.
Absolutely not. So y'all can say I stole some money.
Is there any sort of DA checking account that's separate that you use to pay your vendors or anything like that, or is it all go through the county?
Bank of America card?
I really can't answer that, and so I'm not going to
I bet you can.
Okay.
I bet you can.
You mentioned forfeiture funds before. Do you have a ballpark of how much you've received? I think you said it was a small number of state forfeiture funds.
No, I said federal.
Okay.
I don't think there's much in the federal forfeiture account.
Do you receive state forfeiture funds?
I do.
Approximately how much a year is that in an average year?
I don't know the number to that. I can tell you I have sitting in abeyance. I just did a huge forfeiture, but it's not money we can touch yet, and it's a couple $1 million.
Okay.
Yeah,
What's your
she's
understanding
aware.
of the allowed uses of state forfeiture funds?
Oh, if I don't know the use of a forfeiture money, I talk to lawyers in the office. I'll go to PAC.
That's not
I
the
don't
question.
touch forfeiture money unless I get some approval.
Do you know of any delineation between the
I thought you
allotment,
had the
the
final
allowance
call.
of uses between state forfeiture funds
Yeah, there's
and
definitely
federal?
rules around. There's definitely rules.
I was asking about the difference between federal and state, if there's any rules there.
There are rules to both, and I don't know I can't tell you the rules for each. Anytime we were going to make an expenditure, we would look at it, I'm sure.
Do you know if those funds are commingled at all within your system?
I don't know it, but I would believe not.
Okay. Who is it? You mentioned that you've got people. Who is it that oversees the use of forfeiture funds in the office?
It's going to be the county that goes, stuff is going to go back to the county.
Okay. And do you know whether or not any forfeiture funds were used to pay Mr. Wade?
I'm not aware of that. We would have submitted the invoices to the county. The county would have used one of those mini line items. They would have paid them.
She should have looked into it by now.
Yep.
Can you think of a reason why forfeiture funds would be used to pay Mr. Wade?
I guess he's,
Don't ask, she just told you that she doesn't know, so.
yeah, you were asking me to speculate.
You do not know whether Mr. Wade was paid with state forfeiture funds or not?
You're asking me to speculate.
No, I'm asking if you know whether or not state forfeiture, any forfeiture funds were used.
I'm unaware of that.
Okay.
I'm unaware if the answer is yes. I'm unaware if the answer is no.
Yes,
What I'm
she's
aware
aware.
of is the process was turn in a bill, and they would do it. You and Jim Jordan working together?
I've never talked to Mr. Jordan. Just
I don't know
want to
about
point
that. Anybody who doesn't report people that get raped in college, I'm gonna have to disagree
just
with you
want to
there,
point this out
Governor.
here. This is, do you recognize the bottom form here? Fulton County court payment voucher?
I don't,
Is this you've never seen any document in this format before?
never.
Okay. Well, this shows a number of things here. It shows what
Never?
fund it was paid from here, which is 440, which is your forfeiture, the forfeiture fund account. You can see at the top the unit name confiscated funds for this invoice, and then here you can see that this was a payment made, and I apologize, you can't see my mouse. On the left side there, right in the middle, you can see that this was a payment made to the law office of Nathan Wade. In reviewing for your testimony today, we just did review the bills and looked through different sources of funds that were used to pay Mr. Wade. I know you weren't, your testimony is you were not aware that forfeiture funds were used. We saw Mr. Wade was paid from forfeiture funds and from the county general fund, which is Fund 100. And that's why I was getting to the uses of forfeiture funds to pay independent contractors. Do you have any knowledge of any restrictions that may be around the concept of using forfeiture funds to pay independent contractors?
I do not. It was my understanding that Mr. Wade was paid out of my professional services budget.
Okay.
There you go. That's a reasonable answer.
What's the accounting process? Again, that's kind of what I was getting to
Oh,
earlier.
you-
Of kind of,
but it's a reasonable
if
answer.
it was your understanding he was paid out of the professional services budget, that would intimate that there's some sort of accounting procedure within either your office or the county office where there are separate fund allocations. And I asked you if your funds were commingled and everything was paid out of the same, or if there were dedicated accounts. So you were unaware that Mr. Wade was paid out of the forfeiture funds. You believe he was paid out of the professional services funds. What would be the process, as you understand, in your office to determine what fund a invoice is paid from?
You're in the weeds, and I don't know the answer.
Okay.
You don't know how invoices
We've
are
already
paid.
talked about the selection of the special SADAs, special assistant district attorneys. I may use those interchangeably. The process of interviewing Governor Barnes, among some other folks, ultimately settling on Mr. Wade.
Well, I don't want you to act like he was,
Well, after just talking to 2 or 3 people, I think, to be fair, I don't think
he's a
I'm not seeing
lawyer,
at the
been
bottom of
practicing law 25 years.
Sure. What was the reason that you chose to use, and I think if you could just unpack this for us a little bit more, that you chose to use a special assistant DA at the rate of $250 an hour versus using the attorneys that were already in your office, or hiring additional attorneys at a rate that you referenced earlier is between, I think you said, between $85,000 and $200,000 a year?
Very
Because
reasonable
we were
question.
drowning. And each of so most of the lawyers I had in the office wouldn't be qualified to do that work, most of them. I had some that were qualified to do that work, but each of them had a major project. Let me use those 2 cases that mattered most to me, Kennedy Maxey and Sequoia Turner. I was determined we were going to win those cases. So on day 1, those cases got handed to Miss Dacia Young. In addition to handing her that, because nobody has one job, I handed her the Special Victims Division, at which time had like 8 units. So she's doing both these 2 big cases, and she's over the entire Special Victims Division.
Why isn't she mentioning
Same
the
thing with
Little
Mr.
Lucas
Carlson, very qualified lawyer. But I handed him 6 units, and I also told him, you gonna get rid of these 250 or so murders that we have. We're gonna do a project, we're gonna set it up, we're gonna go one by one. So every lawyer I had with that level of experience had a huge project. I assigned a lawyer to deal with the 18,000 backlog. I don't wanna be sitting here in, it took us, I think, 3 years to get through those, as well as keep up with the 46,000 cases that end up coming in my first term. So everyone had some. So it became obvious to me that I needed a lawyer that could manage this team while I did the rest of the work of the people.
Okay, but why didn't you
And
hire
there was
somebody?
nobody else, either internal or that you could have hired at a lower rate that you
A
just
lower
described?
rate than 250? It's an insult to take 250 for a lawyer that's been practicing law that long.
I thought you told me earlier that your range of people that work for you are between 85, not dollars an hour, but $85,000 a year and $200,000 a
Yeah,
year.
but
which would be the-
85,000 is like one domestic violence grant. I usually only hire someone with 3 years of experience. I make an exception with that because that's, an offensive salary. Although I can tell you, I think the state is paying lawyers 64,000. I mean, it's ridiculous. I got I know a little girl just graduated Georgetown Law, and she's making $280,000-$300,000 a year. We do not take public service seriously,
That's above
and
the
we
salary.
need to, because my lawyers do greater work than most of these lawyers in this civil firm.
You're using gross amounts. That doesn't
Do they?
include.
First year Big Lot's 215 right now, not
the
280 to
perks, the health
300.
insurance and all that
Do they
stuff,
do the
which way
greater
you-
work than other
Sure.
lawyers?
So describe for me the experience level of your top paid, or somebody that would fall within the category of the top paid assistant district attorney that works for you at the $200,000 a year. And to Governor Barnes's point, plus benefits, let's just say that that's $250. And if I take that divided by 2,000 hours, that's about $125 an hour.
I don't understand the question.
My question is,
It is math.
what
It
is the
a lawyer,
experience
so that's fair.
level of the assistant district attorneys?
Are
in
you
your
trying to
office?
intimate that you're going to tell me who to hire and how to do my job?
No, ma'am.
No!
I'm asking you, the people, the wonderful people that you have hired, they're the top of your pay scale at $200,000 a year. What is their experience level? Because I'll let you
such a
answer that
simple
last
question.
question.
20 years practicing or
Okay.
more.
And it's your testimony that somebody with 20 years practicing or more would not be able to manage the election interference case?
You are really not listening. I said that I had people at that pay rate, and each of them was assigned a major task within my office. And no, I did not have anyone that was not assigned with a major task that I trusted to manage this case. And so I made a decision. The people of Fulton County elected me to make that decision, and I did.
Is there a reason why you decided to go the special assistant district attorney route via independent contractor as opposed to a new full-time hire?
I think it's asked and answered, sir.
Okay.
Because it was cheap. You don't have to pay the perks.
Governor, I'm happy for you to provide counsel to your client, but in terms of testimony, that's what the district attorney is here for today.
Well, I'll give
Can you describe-
I'll give you fair notice. I'm not going to allow her to answer repetitive questions that have been answered time and time again.
Were there any internal policies that you had that kind of drew a line between when you would use your internal staff versus hiring a special assistant district
Reasonable
attorney, or was
question.
it more so based on workload like you described?
It was based on my decisions.
Okay.
That's not,
At its peak, how many total attorneys were working on the election interference case?
Maybe 9, approximately.
You referenced a Mr. Cross before. I believe that's a.
Who?
I believe you referenced a Mr. Cross before
I don't know, Mr.
Carlson.
Cross.
a couple minutes ago. Miss Cross. I'm
Sydney
apologize.
Carlson.
he meant Carlson.
What about him?
Her.
Who are you talking about?
Miss Anna Cross.
I never referenced Miss Anna Cross.
You were
I
talking
believe
about your
you referenced Miss
prosecutors,
Cross
though.
when we were going through
I didn't read back the testimony.
I think he heard Carlson.
Can you give me the breakdown of the total attorneys that were on the case? How many of those were full-time within your office, and how many of those were independent contractors?
I believe I had 3 independent contractors.
One
See
of
how
those
easy
being
this
Mr.
can be?
Wade. Who were the other 2?
John Floyd, Anna Cross. Diversity, white male, white female, black male. Diversity is intentional.
What kind of experience do you look for in those special assistant district attorneys?
They're all amazing lawyers. John Floyd is the RICO expert. He wrote the book, literally. He taught me RICO. So that
taught
was
you
his
to be the
experience.
expert?
He's not a,
Thank you, Sheriff Chuck.
he's not necessarily going to be the trial prosecutor, but he certainly is great to help you put together an indictment, and he is certainly capable of questioning the witness, but that was not his forte. Miss Cross is a brilliant mind. She writes beautifully, and is very well versed in the law. I had worked for a prosecutor in the past, so I looked for smart people
My bad.
with integrity that could do the work. And I got
I've got to play a soundbite because she hasn't shouted him out yet.
Adam Abadi, I thought, did an excellent job.
44%
lawyers.
conviction rate.
The
Oh.
God put in different skin that could do the work.
Yeah, except they got clapped every time they brought a RICO
Thank you
case.
for giving us Ms. Cross's background, the rest of those as well. Has Mr. Wade ever prosecuted a RICO case prior to the election interference case?
Mr. Wade has certainly was served as a prosecutor before this. He also has worked as a
Question.
criminal defense attorney.
Just say no.
And I don't know, I believe he has defended RICO cases.
But as far as you know, he had not
Defended.
I
prosecuted.
didn't need him for that. That's why I get to make the selection and not you.
Has he ever prosecuted any felonies? Now, you referenced him prosecuting cases. It's my understanding that this was the first felony case that he was on the prosecutor side for. Is that accurate?
I'm not sure if that's accurate. I know he did
You
some,
hired him.
I believe he did some work for the Attorney General, although the Attorney General never tries as many cases as my office.
Want to talk about?
But different people are needed for different things. And
Yeah,
the people
well,
of
yes, by the
Fulton
way.
County elected me to make those decisions. And I know y'all want to come in and be daddy and create QAnon
Oh.
committees that will judge prosecutors
QAnon
and
committees.
have these committees. But unfortunately for you, I won this vote by 68% this time, 87 in the
win by
Democratic,
68%.
68 the general, 72% last time. So the people of Fulton County have selected me to make these choices, and I make them. And my city and county are safer because I make them.
Did she brag about her turnout going down?
In the
She had the worst
in your
result.
prior
of the
testimony
ticket.
with Ms. Ashley Merchant, there was conversation around what she referred to as block billing. How would you describe block billing?
Oh, let's talk about Miss Merchant.
Let's just talk about
left?
block billing, please.
Oh,
We're not.
I've opened the question
I
to
love this
block
guy.
billing.
No,
I really like this guy. Just make him like him.
whoever's saying it is an issue.
Well, then let's just
He's just like, what
So
is block
I'd like
billing?
to talk about what this committee did the last time we were here.
We
And
have
for the press,
printouts.
I will have 50 copies of this, so each person.
Wait, can you pause it? Can you pause it?
You all, the last,
she has fit. We're gonna start this over too. We're gonna run this whole thing back. She printed 50 copies prepared for this, but doesn't know basic information that she's here to answer to.
Have you ever seen the season finale of the first episode, the first season of Silicon Valley? There's a scene where Richard gets up on the stage in front of like tens of thousands of people, and he just holds up a piece of paper with this genius idea. And then his friend comes over and says, there's literally tens of thousands of people here, and nobody can see that. That's exactly what we just watched.
Oh, no.
Like
Well, she
nobody
brought
can see the
copies.
piece of paper. Look at
She
the
brought
face of the guy
copies.
to the left of the questioner. Look at his head tilt. That's all of us right now.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, my
Let's watch
goodness.
this. This is, yeah, you guys are right in the chat. This is the first time that she's opening up this binder. Look at this. She's ready. Look at, look at Barnes.
It's such a simple question to like, what is block billing? Block billing, by the way, is when you bill. When you're a lawyer, you have to bill your time, so your client knows what they're paying. So you'll put like 3 hours, and then you'll list the task. That's what block billing is. Usually, the task billing is when you'll say like 0.5 drafted memo, 0.6 did this, 0.7 hours, and tenths of an hour did this. So it's a really simple question. And I almost called her love. Willis has said a million times, you're not a lawyer and I am. And then he's asking
So
a
you should
question
know.
that somebody who's not a lawyer would have of somebody who is a lawyer. So it plays right into the dynamic that she's set up from the start, and she's going to be difficult about it.
Well, we've got to get this freeze frame off the screen because it's awkward. Shout out to GV for the two saying we all know Bruce Harvey is the daddy. Man, I would imagine if he was asking the questions. Do I need to throw up the picture? I think I have it. I think I've got one ready. There we go.
There he
There
is.
we
There's
go.
Daddy.
A rebel without a pause. Let me not pause. Look at her open this binder first
In
time.
the in your prior testimony with Ms. Ashley Merchant, there was conversation around what she referred to as block billing. How would you describe block billing?
oh, let's talk about Miss Merchant.
Let's just talk about block billing, please.
We're not.
You've opened it now.
Now, I've opened the question to block
Yes,
billing.
No, the credibility of whoever's saying it is an issue.
Well, then let's just
So I'd like to talk about what this committee did the last time we were here, and for
Is
the
that a
press,
live
I will
stream?
have 50 copies of this, so each person can get a copy. You all, the last time
you
y'all had a
can,
committee
right?
meeting, you all purported this lie that I had the honor of meeting Vice President Kamala Harris.
question's
Me?
about block
No, I'm
billing,
going to
Madam
answer
DA.
this
It's
question
Kamala.
right now.
It's pronounced Kamala.
And when you stated that, you stated that it was me and it was Mayor Dickens. And then you put this exhibit up for
There's
the
also
entire
Dexter
world
Bond.
to see.
Dexter Bond was
How
also there.
disingenuous, how lacking of integrity for Miss Merchant as an attorney to put it up, and for Cowsert, who I noticed is cowardly not here, to have
You
it
had a
here.
medical
This
emergency.
clearly says, I'm at a Black History Month project. Almost every important Black elected official across the country was invited to it. I'm on the lawn with a cocktail, and yet y'all tell the world I was sitting down with the vice president having
Yeah,
a meeting.
that's what it
was
is in
a
the
damn
bill
lie.
line.
And this is the evidence of it. And y'all had the audacity to put it up on a screen as if you were showing something other than the DA was having a cocktail on the lawn. I have never even had the honor of meeting Vice President Kamala Harris. Never.
Wow, you have
would you
severe
define
problems
block
with that.
billing?
Okay, can you pause for a second?
Yeah.
I've seen these billing entries. Like they specifically say, like, travel to White House to meet with Kamala Harris. Like that's what they say. It'll take me 4 seconds to pull it up, but like that's definitely what her budget report says. I imagine they're going to get into this.
Look, I think he's ready.
It's very clear. I know
And
it'll be from the same report that they showed earlier when they had like the spreadsheet at the top of the screen, and then they had like the voucher at the bottom. Like the report at the top of the screen will be where it says that.
I think it's. I can't get over the quip at Cowsert being a coward. I don't think this is the time to call someone a coward for not showing up when you didn't show up all of these times.
That's true.
And if I don't think she was listening. She doesn't seem like she's a good listener. She just waits to hear something she can react to, right?
Yeah.
Ashley Merchant, she thinks binder, gotta grab my binder. Ashley Merchant was mentioned. And I'm gonna call her out on this thing that she found in the record. So if there's a clerical error, maybe fix it. Or maybe don't bill for something that you're not actually doing. Or maybe you were doing it. Like something is wrong, even if you're correct here that you were not meeting with Kamala Harris. There's something wrong in the records and your billing.
You know, I think this is one of our favorite things. I think that there was actually a Fulton County, what are they called? The DA Digest or whatever it is. I think there's something in one of those.
Dispatch, the DA Dispatch newsletter.
I'm gonna look through this once you hit play, but I'm pretty sure there's a
Okay.
DA Dispatch about meeting with what's her face, with Harris.
Heck yeah. I love a good opportunity to look at the Fulton County DA's newsletters. They're always a good time. So I hope you can find that. We're going to hit play because this is crazy.
Like somebody he didn't know what the hell they were talking about.
Oh,
She's so
I'm going to
weird.
refer you to the screen. These
I
are
don't review those documents, so you're asking me to look at documents that I haven't for the first time. What I can
Yeah.
tell you is that I
I'll give
only
you time to
allowed
review the
Mr. Wade
documents.
to bill 160 hours a week, and then Mr. Wade would be the
Did you
first
say
one in the
160 hours a
office
week?
making sure that my staff arrived. He corrected their behavior. They thought that
She might have meant
8:30
months.
meant 8:30. He taught them that 8:30 means 7:45. He got there before them. He left after him. He taught them how to.
so he knows to run up his billable hours. Is she explaining how he knows how to run up his billable hours?
No,
Hold
that sounds
on.
like what she's describing is like what every law partner at every law firm does. Like that's what a partner does. You have to, well, partners put in the most time because they have to supervise. Like she's just describing what the job is.
But he's getting paid for it. This isn't
Yeah.
like I was doing it for free. And I do think she misspoke. I think 160, she probably meant per month because that'd be 40 hours a week, sort of,
That's
if you look at
really
a month as
low.
being 4 weeks. Yeah.
Okay, so this is
So
basically 12.4 hours on the 22nd for research, draft
here.
response. That's ridiculous. That's absurd. Draft and revise the next day for 4.4 hours. Finalize draft response and file 3.1 hours. Like, how is draft and revise different from finalized draft response if it's on the same day? And she billed for swearing in.
and me probably had to sit through a long speech, so it took so long. It took
17
took all these
hours. She billed 17 hours on the 27th.
to prepare for a hearing. Oh, there's two chunks. Look, this is so 2 days of prep totaling what, 25 like ish hours
Yeah.
to prepare for one hearing. I think Merchant asked about this in one of the disqualification hearings about a 17-hour day being billed.
Yeah, I mean it's possible,
So-
but it's. I have questions.
But it goes
Like, I would
against the
work
idea
17 hour day.
that it goes against her pushback that there was so much going on that wasn't even being billed for. So I don't know what was being billed for. And then she's confronted with a printout and now she has to answer to it. So, and I love that you're here because you just went through those line items. Like I'd have to take time to parse them out, but don't we love having a lawyer here with us? So let's see how
tell
this
you is
goes.
that I
I'll give
only
you time to
allowed
review the
Mr. Wade to
documents.
bill 160 hours a week, and then Mr. Wade would be the first one in the office making sure that my staff arrived. He corrected their behavior. They thought that 8:30 meant 8:30. He taught them that 8:30 means 7:45. He got there before them. He left after him. He taught them how to do this case, and he was a leader to that team and a public servant. And for that, him like me has been threatened thousands of times. You want something to investigate as a legislature? Investigate how many times they've called me the N-word. Why don't you investigate that? Why don't you investigate them writing on my house? Why don't you investigate the fact that my house has been swatted? If you want something to do with your time that makes sense, and you can use all this in your campaign ad, you attacked Fani Willis. What have you done, sir? Nothing.
So I'm going to refer you to the screen. I know you said you don't approve.
I don't look at this.
review
I've never
these
seen it,
bills.
so I can't talk to you about documents I don't approve and don't review.
He's
Can't talk
he's showing it
about
to you.
Who does approve the documents in your office when invoices come in?
I thought we'd been through this.
I don't believe you said who reviews the invoices and approves the invoices in your
First
office.
of all, I have no firsthand knowledge of it.
You're the DA.
You have no
You
firsthand
want me to
knowledge of-
testify about something I don't have any firsthand knowledge of?
I'm asking-
Are you asking me to speculate? Because I've clearly told you I don't have any firsthand knowledge of it, and I'm not going to speculate.
The question is,
Crazy.
when an invoice comes into your office from a special assistant district attorney, what is the review process for that invoice
Such
before
a
it's
simple
paid?
question.
And she's answered this. She said she has a deputy of operations, and he reviews, or she reviews, and then it goes through the county. So it's a repetitive question.
What's the name of the deputy of operations?
The question has been asked and answered, and I believe it goes straight to the county, so I'm not sure. Dexter Bond.
Okay. Do you know who ATG may be, initials within your office?
I don't.
ATG.
I would assume it's accurate to say it's probably not Dexter Bond.
ATG.
It may be somebody at the county.
What we're looking at here are two bills that were paid by and approved by your department. The one on the left is from the Cross firm, which refers to Anna Cross that we referenced earlier. The one on the right is
I think she's right about this. I
invoice
think
number
that's somebody
11
in
from Nathan
budgeting
Wade.
at the county.
And the first thing that
Let me tell you why this is such a
the
damn
first thing
joke.
that jumps out to me as a non-lawyer, but as someone who has paid lawyer bills before, and I believe this gets to the question, the question which was around block billing. And here's my question for you, Madam DA. Are there rules in your contracts or otherwise when you hire independent contractors that gets to the billing methodology for your attorneys? In other words, are they allowed to always bill to the even hour? Or is there a professional expectation that they would bill to the 10th or
Let me tell you
quarter-
something. I had
quarter
3
hour?
attorneys working with me that had integrity. For you to insinuate that a judge that sat for 10 years and was the head of the magistrate court judges, that they did something illegal. They were underpaid. I have here documents where in one annual year, because I want you to remember his bills were over the course of 3 years. In one annual year made 8 million, made 5 million. And I'm going to make sure that the press has that so that when you're asking me about this great service to the state of Georgia, that it is understood that these are more than reasonable, actually bargain basement amounts. Ms. Cross would insist that I wrote government rate in her contract because she didn't want anyone to get confused that she would actually work for this rate, but for the fact that it was service to her community. So I don't know what we're talking about here, but to insinuate these 3 lawyers that have great integrity, have served this community well, did something unethical, I don't know why we're having this conversation.
I'm trying to.
I don't know anything about whatever you're talking about.
The state of Georgia allocates funding
Right.
to your office.
They
And I-
hire those 25
and-
lawyers, yes.
And we are the questioning here
It's
is
just a simple
relative to the approval process of invoices that are paid by your office. You have testified that that is done by Dexter Bond, that you're unaware of who this ATG is that signed off on this. We'll move on to this further line of questioning here.
It's just funny because these questions aren't even like explosive or even that interesting.
Governor, would you like a 5-minute recess?
All the prep work
We'll
she
take a
did, but she
5-minute
has
recess.
no idea about her budgeting, anything like that. We could time travel.
These questions aren't even, like I said, they're not even that like pointed, really.
Okay, this is longer than 5 minutes. All right, they're back around here. But so my take is this is supposed to be the Committee on Investigations. Do we need more power to investigate? Do you think that the way she's answering this is going to leave the Senate satisfied with, hey, being able to call these meetings and have people come testify before us will get us enough information? We don't need to expand legislation? Because what she's doing here is exactly why after this, I can imagine them going and saying, we need a different pathway to oversight because we can't get it just by asking the DA questions under oath.
Yep.
So it doesn't seem like a good tactic for what this committee is about, but she doesn't seem to understand, or she's saying out loud that this committee has a different purpose. So I don't know. I don't know.
Let me turn your mic on for 1 second. If you don't, are you on 2 there?
I testified that I had capped Mr. Wade or Attorney Wade or Judge Wade at 160 a week. What I meant to speak is 160 a month. Also, I have
There you go.
referred several times to the rates of the AG. I would like you to know that in 2020, the Attorney General of this state paid $52,000 in attorney's fees. I've done $52 million in attorney's fees with the top recipient in that year, initials AF. I've taken off their name at $3,593,000. That was for
AF are
2020.
cool. That's cool
In
initials.
2021, again, in excess of $52 million, with the top one in that year being AD as the initials, $2,673,000. I should note the great Josh Belafonte was one of the recipients that year, and he made $1.3 million in 2021. In 2022, the AG's office spent on special prosecutors $55 million. DS being the top recipient for that year,
I think we're outside
$2
of the,
million,
correct,
$200,000.
yeah.
Josh Belafonte made $911,000. In 2023, the AG's
I was
office
happy to allow
spent
you to correct the
$65
record.
million
Outside the
with
scope.
the top recipient making $5 million, initials
yeah.
MR, and I'm going to finish. And 2024, the top
They mute her?
was MR.
Good.
They made $4.6
She's not
million.
saying anything.
And then let's not leave off 2020.
All right, we're going to move on to the next question here.
Dollars by the AG on special.
Okay. Wait. I found it.
MR making-
Hold on. Let me send you.
Hold on, we're going to finish this diatribe. Send
Let
it
me
in the
send-
chat and I'll pull it up.
I just sent you a link.
You want me to do it now?
Yeah, do it right now.
Oh,
Go-
gosh.
and then go to page 17.
Spicy hell moments. Okay. Okay.
So
wait,
she
this is gonna be
said that
fast.
saying that she said she never met with the vice president, Kamala Harris. So I just wanted to point that out real quick.
And
I'm
it has
sorry.
her name. So, and again, she might not have actually met with Kamala Harris. That's fine and dandy. The issue then would be, why is this in here? Why do we not get things correct in our paperwork? And then every turn she's asking for more money for something, but we can't trust you to account for it properly. I don't know if you had other thoughts than that, but that's mine.
No, I just knew I'd seen that somewhere.
Well, we zoomed in on it now, so, and that's the thing, just fix it. She's acting like self-righteous about someone pointing out, hey, did you take a trip to meet? No, I didn't. Well, these records show otherwise. Well, don't take an issue with someone asking the question if they're saying they saw it in a record. Fix the records.
421,000, and y'all are talking to me about pennies. And I have
we're-
a copy for the press 50 if you like them.
And I'd like this included in the record.
All right, we're going
Thank
to
you
move
so
on
much,
to our next
Nancy.
question here.
And it is relevant since you're questioning the rate of the special prosecutor.
That's for the press.
All right, I want to refer your attention to the screen.
Yeah, no doubt in my mind about that presser yesterday being a puff piece for this moment.
Madam DA, have you seen this letter before?
It's got my signature on it.
Do you have seen this letter before?
Yes, that's how it got signed.
You sent this letter on December 17th, 2021, requesting access to documents to from the January 6th committee, Chairman Mr. Representative Thompson. Is that correct?
I did.
Okay. Did you or anyone in your office receive help in your investigation from the January 6th commission?
What do you want me?
What do you mean by help?
Did they send you documents?
Well, they're public documents now.
Did they send you any documents that were not public? That were not public at the time? 'Cause
None that I
believe
can
the report's
recall.
been
None that I
released.
can recall.
In the letter, you offer to meet them in person. Did they take you up on the offer to meet in person?
I've never met Thompson.
Have you ever met anyone that was doing work with the January 6th commission?
Not to my knowledge. I may have met them and not known they were doing that work.
Mr. Wade traveled to D.C. with members of your staff, is that correct?
Yes.
That is correct.
And Mr. Wade billed for conference calls with the January 6th committee, is that correct?
I haven't looked at the bills.
What is it you say you do here?
On the left side of the screen here, and I apologize, the camera's in your way, there's a screen over here.
You'll have to remember the criminals that I
Easier to see.
indicted, they had committed crimes all over the country. And so as a result, as a prosecutor, if you know that a criminal has done crimes in this state and other states, it would almost not be due diligence to try to get information from them. Here goes some more legislation you can take up. There is a process called TUI with the federal government where state prosecutors try to get information from federal prosecutors. They are not very helpful.
You want them to pass a law that...
On this bill, on the left-hand side, the first
I
red
haven't
highlight.
seen the bill, sir, you remember?
That's why I'm showing it to you, Madam DA. It says team meeting, conference with January 6th, research legal issues to prep, and it ends with V. He testified, and the testimony is on the right side of the screen, that meant interview. And then the second one is travel out of state, interview and research, which was from April 27th until April 29th. Are you aware of a trip that Mr. Wade took out of state that your office paid for in April of 2022?
Yes.
What was the purpose of the trip?
I don't recall.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sure to get information on some of the criminals I ended up indicting.
This slide here shows essentially a reimbursement request on the right-hand side for Mr. Wade at the Hyatt Place Hotel. And on the left-hand side, this is an invoice for the Hyatt Place Hotel during the time period I referenced earlier for Mr. Michael Hill. Do you know who Michael Hill is?
He was an assistant chief when he left my office. He's an investigator, though, a sworn law enforcement officer.
And he was on your staff during April of 2022? You said when he left your office. When did he leave the office?
I don't remember. But yes, yes to the first question. He was on my staff at that time. I don't remember to the second question of when did he leave. Not long ago, he got a higher title at another office.
Do you know who else from your office attended this trip?
I can't recall. You can refresh my recollection if you like.
This is an invoice for the same hotel and the same dates from Mr. Francis. I assume it's Mr. Wakeford. Is that someone that worked in your staff?
An amazing attorney.
What was his role?
He's an attorney.
What did he do what work did he do within your department, your team?
He does all types of work, but he is what I would consider to be an appellate lawyer.
Did he do work on the elections interference case?
Absolutely.
What work did he do on the election interference case?
He did a lot of excellent writing.
The
This
silence.
slide here is for Mr. John Wooten, same hotel, same dates, same trip to D.C. Do you know John Wooten
He works for me.
currently?
Yes.
What was his role in April of 2022?
A lawyer, works for my office, does a lot of white-collar crime for me.
Did work on the election interference case?
Yep.
You're not doing phrasing anymore? He does a lot of...
So is it
white-collar
safe to
crime.
assume from both the testimony I had on the screen, your letter, and Mr. Wade's invoices that reference January 6th, is it safe to assume that Mr. Wade and other members of your staff went to D.C. in furtherance of your investigation of the 2022 election, or sorry, 2020 election?
I'm not going to make assumptions under oath.
You are unaware of whether or not members of your staff, 4 of them that we have here so far, or 3 and 1 independent contractor, you're unaware as to whether or not the purpose of their DC trip was to meet with the January 6th committee or members of the January 6th committee or lawyers working for the J6 committee?
I know that they went to DC, and I know it was in reference to this investigation. I do not recall who they spoke with, but you all have tried to make this some nefarious thing that lawyers would try to investigate and find out information about people who came to Georgia and committed crimes. And instead of being honorable and trying to defend those people that you take an oath to serve, we're here with this foolishness.
What?
Do you know how many trips Mr. Wade took to DC?
In his life,
As it relates to the J6 committee or the 2020 elections interference case?
Ask about cabins.
I believe one, but I don't know. It's speculation.
It's not speculative.
Well, it wouldn't be speculation if he had told you about it. Did he tell you about
Yes.
any other trips that he took?
But what you have to remember is it is whatever day it is in December of 2025, and
not how
I'm in
this
office
works.
that prosecutes 64,000 people, and I know you are somewhat offended that I had the audacity to prosecute, these folks that came into my county and committed crimes. But this wasn't special to me. This was another day of business.
It's not special to you. You just hired 3 special prosecutors to prosecute the case. It's literally special in the name of the title of the person you hired. The 3 people you hired. Of course it's special.
On the screen is another invoice from Mr. Wade. The highlighted section, I'll just read it out loud, says January 6th meeting and ATTY Conf. That's from November 16th of 2022. And then there's a second entry immediately below that, interview with DC/White House, November 18, 2022. Have you seen this bill?
No.
Are you aware of phone calls or conferences that Mr. Wade either attended or was a part in that relates to the J6 committee or the election interference case working with the J6 committee that is separate from the April trip that we just discussed?
We didn't do much work with a J6 committee, so I've never seen this bill before. And I believe the only thing that we called the White House about was, did we have to go through the TUI process with that White House like we have to do with the Department of Justice? That's my recollection. That could be right or wrong, but we were trying to speak to people in the Trump administration, the first one. So I don't believe we had a lot of contact with the White House, so I'm not aware.
You said you were trying to speak with people that were part of the first Trump administration in these travels to D.C., or are you just saying that more generally?
More generally.
Okay. And just to clarify, I want to make sure that I have the record correct here. You're unaware of who Mr. Wade...
I can't
and the
recall
others
those
met
level of
with.
details. I know you want to take me back to 1948, where an African-American prosecutor can only prosecute
Oh my
certain types of
God.
people, but I prosecute and stand up for all victims that come into my circuit.
Do you?
When was the special purpose grand jury impaneled?
I don't remember the date, but that's an interesting point. 2 grand juries said these people did these crimes.
The date that I have
And the
is...
grand jury was made up of independents, Democrats, Republicans. 2.
The date that I have is January 24th of 2022. Does that seem like it's within the range of being the correct date?
So I already stated I don't trust you. I understand you're trying to run for lieutenant governor right now.
That's why he's asking
Anything
you.
you want me to
That's why he's asking
testify
you.
to, I'm going to need to see.
Okay. Were you aware
my
that in
God.
between the time of the special grand jury being sworn in and receiving evidence, Mr. Wade traveled to Athens, Georgia to meet with officials from the White House counsel's office?
I don't recall.
Oh my god.
On the right-hand side here is the meeting that I reference. The highlighted section reads, travel to Athens, conf with White
How
House
does this
counsel.
assist you
Oh
in
my
developing laws for Georgia? Because I believe the purpose that I'm here for is because you all need assistance in doing your job, and you want assistance.
They're looking for answers on your billing and how you make hiring decisions and funding for your different programs, and if they need to make laws that make it easier for them to get answers on those things. This is crazy. She's stonewalling the exact thing that they're trying to see if they need more legislation to accomplish. Like, what are we doing?
It's like these questions aren't even like all that pointed, really. You know what I mean? Like, if she just answered them straight up, they're not even like incriminating against her so far. I mean, maybe
If
it'll get
she
there,
was
but, like,
boring, if she was boring, we wouldn't be sitting here listening to how she's answering or not answering, however you want to characterize it. It would be boring. People wouldn't be tuned in. Shout
It's
out
just-
to Tay Biz.
it's just so her questions are like combative about like there's no combat. There's like, you know, if you don't have anybody to fight, but you're still fighting, you're just a crazy guy waving his arms around. That's what she's
Oh, wait.
doing.
I'm ready for this.
Exactly. If you're punching the air and there's nobody there fighting you, that's what.
Always excited to pull up. That used to be, we used to use that for Atkins because he has a impressive wingspan, we'll say, during the
love
YSL
Atkins.
trial. But still had those at the ready for another reference here.
I kind of hate Adkins because like every time I say bad things about The Office, I feel like I have to clarify that I'm not talking about him. If he just wasn't there, it would save me a lot of time.
I would like to see him answer questions like this. I think we'd get answers and no fluff. So
We'd
again,
be done
thank
by
you,
now.
Tay-Biz. I'll say I'm tough because I don't want to block her. They've got her down in the corner here, but major love here to Tay-Biz. I mentioned in the chat when he has some time because he's working Monday through Friday during these hours. He's been covering all things Mickey Steins. Mickey Steins has a hearing tomorrow, right, Thursday, that I don't think Tay-Biz will be able to cover in real time, but he's going to get to it when he can get to it. He's got, I think, the best deep dive knowledge on that case. Tons of stuff, tons of interviews with people from the community with inside information, personal experiences of corruption they've dealt with in Letcher County. That, again, is the story of the sheriff that walked into the judge's chambers and shoots the judge. So, very interesting case that has had some docket activity, and there's going to be a hearing tomorrow. So, I want to show some love to Tay-Biz TV. If you're interested in that case, make sure you're checking him out. And it'll probably be a nice, calm turnaround from what we're watching today, somehow.
With rules and regulations around how people should be a prosecutor. And it made sense to me that you'd come to the best prosecutor in the state to ask for some advice. But I'm confused as to how this assists you and what the purpose of me being here is.
The committee has a broad purpose. I'd be happy to refer to council as to the overall purpose of the committee. But my question for you is, as it relates
I
to
don't
this
think it's
trial-
relevant, so I'm objecting on relevance.
She's asked and answered that. She's told you that the TUI process goes through the White House counsel's office. She's asked, it's been asked and answered.
And it's your testimony today that the travel to Athens conference with the White House counsel, as far as you were aware, was due to a part of this TUI process that the governor's referencing.
I've testified, I don't recall anything about this.
Okay.
And I don't see how it's relevant to what your alleged purpose is. Now, your real purpose is to try to get elected, which I would say,
He already is.
please, let's elect
He's in
you lieutenant
office.
governor, but this one.
We'll get to your work trying to elect lieutenant governors in a second, Madam DA, but for now, we're talking about the
I've done no
travel
work with
to
an
DC.
elected governor, but if I will do some work with this, I see that Counselor left you
contract.
alone today.
I'm not
And
going-
he is running to be Attorney General of this state.
Madam DA,
And
we're gonna
he is
answer
not
the question.
qualified to be such. By record, by this document where he put up a false document trying to prove that I met with the vice president, that shows you he does not have ethics. But there is
Madam-
somebody running for Attorney General that has been a state prosecutor, a federal prosecutor, a civil rights attorney, and a state's legislature. So if people want to vote for people that are ethical and actually have the experience to do the job, I'd say go donate now to Tanya Miller.
Cool.
Madam DA, I'd asked you about Mr. Wade. Did you speak with anyone that had worked with the January 6th committee or was a lawyer for the J6 committee?
That's been asked and answered. She said she'd never done it herself. That's what she testified.
Did you communicate with members of the J6 committee through any intermediaries that relayed messages back and forth on your behalf?
I don't recall ever speaking to anyone of the January 6th committee. What you asked me, though, is have I ever met someone? I am a public official. I meet people all over this country all the time. Shake hands, take pictures, kiss babies, all the
Uber
things elected
drivers.
officials do. So I have no idea if I've ever met someone that may have been part of the January 6th committee.
And what is J6? Is that where they stormed the Capitol?
And killed a police officer?
Killed a police officer? Is that the same committee we're talking
Who
about?
killed the police? What?
So it's clear on the record.
The ones that have been exonerated, we say
is
that
in
we
Fulton
stand with law
County.
enforcement, but don't care when police officers get killed.
We're going to continue on to the next question. Governor, you are here to
This is what I was saying. It's self-cannibalizing because she started this off by talking her civil rights program that eventually changed, even though she continues to refer to it as a civil rights program, it changed to a police brutality program. And we don't know, like, she's not laying out the specifics of the program.
No.
And now we're making a soundbite because we're asked questions about line items relating to J6 and activities relating to this DA's office, activities they were partaking in, looking to investigate something. And now we soundbite talking about a police officer being killed. Maybe that would have landed better for me. I don't see how it would be relevant, but just saying, it absolutely is not going to land for me now when you can't even describe your program and the program that you have that's supposed to address police brutality in your own county. You have a buzzword program and have no idea what results you're actually getting. Sounds
advise your
a lot
counsel. You're
different than
not
it
here to
plays out.
pontificate. Absolutely.
It is absolutely irrelevant, everything that you're trying to say.
How does this help you for loss? Yes, I'm sorry, Judge. I'm sorry, Governor.
If you've got something to ask it, but don't go into, well, there must have been a conspiracy here when they went up and looked into the folks that broke into the Capitol in shaman suits or whatever that was, and put the Vice President
shaman
of the
suit?
United States out saying, hang Mike Pence, and that they were prosecuted and then pardoned by President Trump, and you're trying to say and infer that it was illegal, immoral to investigate that it was part of a pending case. So
We're asking questions relative to the investigation, Governor. We're going to move on to the next question.
What you're trying to infer some wrongdoing where none exists. Ask the question, let's move on.
Thank you for
Also
thank
to
you, thank
divide
you,
this
Governor. We're
country,
gonna-
and it should be noted that there
we're
were
gonna move on to the
many
next
great
question.
honorable Republicans that brought this case to me because they knew what happened was wrong. One of them is Duncan, who's now running for governor.
Yeah, and then you
So
hired
we're-
your
You have your
boyfriend to
endorsement.
prosecute it.
I didn't endorse him.
Wait just a minute, don't answer that question.
So
But
Why would you
I
bring
do
up
think it should be
someone else's
noted that
election?
although you are trying to divide this country, that this country is not divided. Most people in this country are trying to do the right thing every day as they get up for work. Most people know when someone is murdered and victimized, you don't act as a depraved human being and tease them and their family in their greatest time of loss. Most people.
She said this in her press conference
I
yesterday
want
too.
to talk about a little bit of a timeline as it relates to D.C. And just a layout of fact pattern here, and then I'll ask you a couple questions. On November 9th, then President Biden stated and was asked about President Trump returning to office, and he stated that we just have to demonstrate that he will not take power. If he does run, making sure he, under legitimate efforts of our Constitution, does not become the next president again. Are you familiar with that quotation
This
from
seems
the
a little far
president?
afield.
Nothing to do with this.
Yeah, I agree with this one. This is getting a little far afield.
I want to subpoena President Biden, subpoena him down here. I'll come. I might even represent him. He's got a fee. I hope he's got something left.
I'm glad he moved the mic forward. I couldn't hear him.
Yeah.
We're getting mighty thin.
So, a couple of days after this, President Trump did indeed announce that he was running for president. As you can see on the date there, November 15th, 2022. And then the very next day, and we've referenced this a second ago, but we're going to go back to it.
This helps you
The very-
develop
the very next
legislation.
day-
How?
The very next day, there was a conversation between Mr. Wade. I'm sorry, there was an 8-hour, was described here as an interview with DC and the White House.
Interview with who?
It reads interview DC/White House. It's on the screen.
That's such a terrible
And
billing.
I'm laying a foundation here, Governor.
Don't answer yet, let me listen to the question.
On November 18th, the very same day as this 8-hour phone call with the White House, U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland appointed Special Counsel Jack Smith. And around that same period of time, some news reports say the same day, but we know within 2 weeks of that time, Matthew Colangelo, who is the former third highest ranking official at DOJ, tendered his resignation to take a position in the Manhattan prosecutor's office,
What?
which would go on to
Where are we going
also
with this?
indict President Trump.
He committed crimes a lot of places.
That,
And convicted by.
I mean, not in Fulton County. 50-50, you get away with it.
And you
So-
know,
so
you
on
all,
November-
no,
on
this is
November-
very important.
November
You all want to intimidate people from doing the right thing, and you think that you're going to intimidate me. You all have been trying to intimidate me for 5 years, which is why I have
don't
not
think
been able to
anybody
live in my
thinks that.
house for 5 years, because the N-word has been written on my house. Thousands of threats have come to my office, and instead of doing some legislation,
Madam
when
Chair, we
someone,
just
no,
tried
no,
to
no,
get
when
you here
someone
to
says
testify
something
before the committee.
inflammatory that you know is going to cause them to be the victims of crime, you ought to do something about it. But
Who
doesn't
has
make
the
sense.
power? Who
To
has the
prosecute?
power?
Who has the power to prosecute that stuff?
What are we asking here? Why are we yelling at the legislative body? It's her office.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I
This is what I mean. It sounds good until you think about who's saying it and the surrounding context. Because if you were just a regular person and not the district attorney, and the district attorney was sitting in the Senate seat, that would be very appropriate. My house there's like hateful words being written on my house. People are on my property. They're harassing me. I'm scared. People are whatever is happening. Why aren't you doing anything about it?
Just call investigator
That would-
Hamilton, have him sexually harass some witnesses, take care of stuff. You're good to go. Bing, bam, boom.
Like it sucks if that's happening. It sucks that that's happening if that's happening. But it's her office that would prosecute it. So I just don't understand how that's relevant here. I just don't
Call
know.
the Apex unit, have them plant some evidence.
Or the
maybe an illegal
robot
stop or two.
dog. The robot dog. I
don't
forget
even
the
know
robot
about the
dog's
robot dog.
name.
That's
They
not a
only-
very
I think
nice.
they
That's
only
not a
use
very
it-
nice way to. I'm sorry, I'm not going to finish that joke.
I think they only use it on Cleveland Avenue. They said that that's where they were deploying the unit to test it. The chat will know the name, the robot dog, and that APD is using. We'll see if they remind me.
Yeah,
you see, I'm not Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Sorry,
KP says, much I wait, I lost it.
Beth. It's Beth. The name is Beth. And I know that that's got to be FFS. It's definitely Beth.
Yeah. As much as I dislike
Beth-
her, no one should write an S-quick on her house. Yeah, I completely agree. Like the personal attacks are completely inappropriate. I want to be clear. I'm not like in support of any of that stuff.
Yeah, no, me either.
But within, the realm of her professionally, I have all.
Yeah,
the
it's
criticism.
almost like
But it
she's
shouldn't
the
go beyond
one. She's the one that can put a stop to it. So.
Yep.
Because I'm pretty sure that stuff's illegal. So I think she has prosecutions about that stuff once in a while. So.
I ain't gonna quit in a month because somebody threatens me. I took an oath to do the right thing. People came into my community and committed a crime, and I indicted them. And rest assured, if someone else comes in my community and commits a crime, I will indict them again.
The Special Purpose Grand Jury released its report just under a month after this time frame on December 15th of 2022.
And said 39 people should be indicted, but in my discretion and looking at the evidence that was the most damning, I chose to only present an indictment to the grand jury of 19. And who knew? The citizens of Fulton County, Republicans, Democrats, Independents, non-politicals, all said these 19 people deserve to be indicted, and they were.
The question was, the Special Purpose Grand Jury released its report just under a month after this phone call between Mr. Wade and the White House, just a month after, on the very same day, Jack Smith was appointed by Merrick Garland, and just a month after, the third-ranking member of the Department of Justice left the Department of Justice to go work for Alvin Bragg.
you,
That
Sheriff
date being
Chuck.
December 15th, 2022. Is that the date that the special purpose grand jury released its report?
I don't recall.
Yeah, I don't even get that where he's going with this.
You don't recall? Does that?
She said she did not recall, and to try to, everybody's a crook in your mind. Jack Smith's a
Well, there were some crooks.
Well, I know, but
They were on the indictment.
So you reference your prosecutorial discretion and bringing these charges. I believe you say 50. You were talking kind of fast there. Was it 50 that you
I
said?
said that the grand jury recommended that 19 people be indicted. It's there. It's part of public record. What I did was look at all of the evidence against each of those persons, and I chose to only put forth an indictment that talked about the 19 most culpable. Those 19 were presented to a grand jury.
I just want to
that
clarify. You
grand
said 19
jury,
twice. I just want to clarify your testimony.
19 people were indicted.
Originally, how many were
Weren't there
recommended? You
flaws
said
with
19
9
for
of the
both.
counts?
39
That's
were
right.
recommended, 19 were presented.
How many of the electors, there were 16 electors here in the Capitol that cast votes for President Trump, is that correct?
I object, they were not electors.
There were
You
six.
talking about the fake electors that y'all sat in a hearing and listened to, many of y'all?
In this same room?
I was not in the room, but I'm referencing, there were 16 electors who took part in that meeting. Is that your understanding?
Why are you not offended that people came before you and lied?
Were there 16
I
electors?
I don't remember.
Okay, how many did you indict?
What does this have to do with you developing legislation? Because this is not relevant, so I'm going to object relevance.
He didn't ask a question yet. There's nothing to object to. There's no question on the floor.
I thought y'all needed some help.
I thought it was supposed to be about rules of conduct. And so now you're getting into where the electors met here and they weren't really electors, and how many of them got indicted, and why did you do that?
We're here for far more.
Wait just a minute.
We're here for far more than rules of conduct.
Process On why she chose to do so. It was presented to 2 grand juries. They returned an indictment on one because the investigative grand jury cannot indict, it can only investigate. And so, how is this to do with the conduct and legislation? I'm amazed that everybody's fixated that the election was fixed
Just lean
5
forward.
years ago.
We'll come back to this. We'll move on for a second.
All right, let's move on for a good bit, maybe a half hour.
Well, we'll see what you think of this next line of questioning, Governor. In January of 2021, you referenced his name earlier, but you hired Jeff DeSantis to be the Deputy District Attorney overseeing the Media Relations Unit of the District Attorney's Office. Is that correct?
And strategy.
Media Relations and Strategy. Can you describe the difference between those two separate roles, or are you just saying that's the title?
That's the title.
It's the title. Okay. Was he serving in your office in April of 2021?
Yes.
Okay. He's classified though as an ADA for personnel purposes.
He is a lawyer. He
Yes,
went to
works.
Emory Law School. Was there 2 years ahead of me and graduated. He's my elder.
That's not hard for me.
When you're referencing media relations, how would you describe the overall role of media relations?
This has nothing, I don't read about media relations in any of these resolutions. It's beyond the scope.
This is within the scope of the state's funding to that department.
Not
To
a
that.
question about who's the director of media relations.
I didn't ask I'm asking what the role of media relations is.
Neither is that. Don't answer it. I instruct you not to answer. Completely irrelevant.
Your objection is relevance.
No, my objection is the reason she hired and the reason that she has hires and fires employees, and the reason that she undertakes to run her office is a matter of employees, which is accepted and is privileged and is a deliberative process.
So you are asserting that the role of a media relations director is privileged?
You can move on.
You want clarity on that, Counselor?
So you're instructing the witness
I'm
not to
gonna-
answer on the
I'm
grounds of relevance?
instructing.
I'm not arguing with you. I'm just trying to understand what the objection
I stated my
is.
objection. Where's the court report? Here's the court report.
It would help if you, Governor, respectfully, it would help if the objections could be limited to like 5 to 10 seconds. I mean, I don't need a speaking objection.
I talk slow.
I'll give you 30 seconds, but it's counted by words, Governor.
I'm a country lawyer, and it's real hard for me to get things done. It is beyond the scope of the resolution, number
Okay.
one.
All right, can we break and address that? If
I'm gonna
please.
state my objection. I mean, I'm not here.
That's fine, we'll do it all together.
I'm not here
I'm just trying to understand.
I'm not here to debate
I'm not trying to debate,
I
Governor.
think he's just looking for clarity on your objection, Governor.
this. Well, it's beyond the scope,
Okay.
irrelevant, and the decisions she makes on personnel are not subject to inquiry.
All right, on the beyond the scope, I'm sorry. Oh, I can do that, I guess. Does that mean?
It's on.
Oh, it's on?
Yep.
Okay.
Can you not hear him?
I know I'm not going to convince you, but I just want to give you the chance. I certainly know I'm not going to convince you, Madam DA. Whereas, this is lines 26 to 30 of Senate Resolution 5, whereas many have concluded that the conduct of District Attorney Willis has brought her and her office into disrepute.
My office has brought myself into respect.
Ma'am, I'm sorry.
Wait just a minute.
I'm, s-
And so that is.
I'm not done, Governor.
Okay, go ahead.
Undermine public confidence in the fair, impartial, and
The public voted me again by 68% respect.
He's just reading the thing.
Madam DA, I don't think that it's, well, you continued. I mean, I've got my second fundraiser email from you while we're sitting here.
Did you donate?
Impartial, I did early on when you ran against Paul Howard, and you know that.
You selected the best DA in the country.
I'm just here as a lawyer, ma'am. Fair and impartial, disinterested administration of justice by prosecutors across our state and cast significant doubt as to the purpose and validity of the charges of her office has brought in regard to the 2020 presidential election. Further, when you get to the language, the actionable language under powers and duties of the committee is hereby reauthorized to undertake legislative investigation into the issues mentioned above or related thereto. So I would submit it's broad. I presume that doesn't change your position, but I just, okay. You say that it is irrelevant. You mentioned at the start of this that you were going to be able to object to privilege. Is it your position that relevance is a privilege that you're asserting?
There's more than just privilege. It is also that it's beyond the scope. And what you've read me there is just confirmed that it's beyond the scope.
Or related thereto when it speaks
Or
to?
related thereto refers to the 2020 election.
Correct. And both you and Madam DA have said that her decision to bring the case and how it was brought and who was brought against, the exact things the Court of Appeals talked about, those initial pretrial decisions, caused people to question and the fairness and of justice. And so if that is what the courts have said, not me, I'm not here to say one way or the other, but if that's what the courts have said, and that is in the language of the Senate resolution, your position is that it is limited to what?
It certainly does not encompass who the press secretary is in the DA's.
Okay, but the question that was on the floor was, what is the role
Or
of a
what
media
his-
relations
What
person?
his role would be.
Fine.
How does that got anything to do?
I think the question was, and if you need, I'm sure it could be asked this way, is what is the role of the person? And so to that question, which does not include any individual, but what is the role of the office? The objection is scope and privilege, or scope and relevance?
Correct.
Okay.
And also personnel decisions.
And since you mentioned fundraising, I'd like to make sure that this is part of the record. Counselor believing he's going to go after Fani Willis and asking to donate at the last period. I also have 50 of these for the press because this is about folks sitting here trying to get elected.
What?
Do we have anything else?
We do have a lot more, Governor. We'll take a lunch break just so you all are aware if you want to make arrangements at 12:30.
I'd like to go straight through.
We'll take a lunch break at 12:30. Madam DA, relative to your full-time employed staff, such as Mr. DeSantis, what rules, if any, exist relative to other work that they can do, either contract work or employment work, outside of your office?
If it's an investigator and they're working a job, off-duty job, extra job, as most police officers do, the chief of investigations has to sign off on approving them for that work site, as well as the district attorney. So that is to the law enforcement that report to me, because, you know, I have a police department there, and so they have to get it signed off on that it's appropriate work. I don't like my investigators working at nightclubs, but they can certainly work at a store, or they like to work at State Farm Arena and things of that nature.
State Farm Arena,
If it's a professional that's not an investigator and not a lawyer, they're pretty much able to do whatever. Of course, they can't do it on my hours, but they can work whatever. And if it's a lawyer, prosecutors are not able to practice law doing that. If, you know, they were selling pies at Christmas, I probably don't care.
Somewhere in between practicing law and selling pies, are there any restrictions besides that?
None that come to mind.
Okay.
Good answer. I like that.
Are you aware of an entity called Critical Mention?
I am. I'm aware that you all use it.
What can you tell me about Critical Mention?
Critical Mention kind of tells you when your office or an issue that concerns your community comes into the new space. It has been used as a device by my office to find witnesses. It's been used as a device to determine if there's a pressing issue among my constituents that they are concerned about. But it is basically an outlet that lets you know what's going on in your community. It's helped us find witness victims, and like I said, been used for security.
Help me understand how it helps you find victims or find out what's happening in the community. What's the...
You would be surprised, because people will complain about some issue. You won't know anything about it. Somebody got robbed. It brings cases to your attention. Because, you know, I'm not a small prosecutor's office. I'm a huge prosecutor's office, and so it brings things to your attention. I can't give you more than that.
Are you aware of any other uses that your office uses Critical Mention for?
I don't know all the uses. I gave you some.
Okay. You sent a letter to Governor Kemp, Secretary of State Raffensperger, and Attorney General Carr. I believe it was essentially a records retention notice in early 2021. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
I didn't want anyone destroying evidence. Not that they would do so intentionally, but I didn't want them to do it unintentionally.
So on the screen is a report from Critical Mention that we referenced earlier. This report was in an email from Mr. DeSantis to you and someone who worked for you at the time. And this came the week after the time that the letter was sent.
Which letter?
The letter I just referenced to the governor, the AG, and the secretary. Mr. DeSantis's email states that the analytics graph is attached as PDF. The previous one I sent was for, quote, Fulton County District Attorney. This one is for, quote, Fani Willis. We are getting more coverage via your name than by title. This graph has the coverage value for the last week at over $150 million. That's obviously high, but even adjusting downward, it's still a huge number. And then what's highlighted in red here is part of the Critical Mention report that mentions mentions, which I'm going to just assume how often the search, which I think that he said this one is for your first and last name, what the audience was, which was approximately 6.3 million people, and then publicity value, which I think is what Mr. DeSantis is referencing when he references coverage value at $150 million. Do you recall seeing this report?
I don't.
Do you recall Critical Mention being used at all within your office to track the value of media as it related to the coverage of the election interference case?
I told you she doesn't.
She told me she doesn't recognize this chart. I'm asking generally if she...
Never seen the report.
This
Yeah, I don't-
report, I'm asking if you've seen any report.
I don't know that I've seen any report, but I've definitely heard Mr. DeSantis say, that these numbers are always inflated. So yes, I've heard of it before, but you're asking me about a particular report.
Have you seen this page from a PowerPoint document before?
I've seen it, I don't recall it.
Okay, this was also sent by Mr. DeSantis to your email, and here this captures a broader range of time. The first one, I believe, was for just a couple of weeks. This captures essentially the first 11 months of 2021, at which point in time those audience impressions have grown from the previous number of 6 million, if I recall correctly. The publicity value on the last one that we looked at was 150 million. This one is $637 million. Do you recall seeing any other report that was tracking the publicity value of your name, your work, or your prosecutions?
I can never recall seeing a report. Does not mean I have not seen one. I do not recall seeing a report. But so that we're clear, I've heard Mr. DeSantis mention things that are along what you're talking about.
This is an email from Mr. DeSantis, dated around the same time frame as the first report, February 17th, and he's referencing now just the first search that he did, which was for Fulton County District Attorney. He lays out that name received $67 million, which he already said was more than your name. And he concludes his email by stating that even half of that value would be staggering.
Right. He doesn't believe the numbers. He thinks they're inflated, and that's kind of what I reference him
Sure.
talking, that he doesn't believe the numbers.
But he does believe that the value, what value means, that we would all need to interpret there, but that even at half of the value, he believes that would be staggering.
You're asking me to speak on,
No, I'm just stating what I'm reading in the context here.
how does this help?
Well, now I'm going to ask you, as a public prosecutor, why would media coverage and the earned media value, either for your title or your name, be relevant to your job as a prosecutor?
You'll have to ask somebody else, because I don't know the answer to what someone else is thinking. I do know that it has been very important to me, and it continues to be very important to me, that we are very transparent with our public about what we're doing, and that the media, when they're doing their job, it is important that they tell the public what the work is that we're doing, and that they tell them what the services are that we provide them, and that we are always here for them. So that is an important value. The first time, I don't want my constituency to see me, and this is something I say all the time, first time they get to know the Fulton County District Attorney shouldn't be when I'm locking up their nephew. That's not when it should happen. The first time they should see us is when we are out in the community doing service projects, whether that is I am in the schools. I am the only district attorney in the country that all year long I am in the schools with our children, making sure that we see them in the classrooms and not the courtroom. So that is me touching my students and their parents. The first time they see me is when I'm giving away book bags. The first time they see me is when we're doing Christmas drives or Thanksgiving drives. The first time they see us is so that they know that they are coming to an office that is a judgment-free zone. And I think it's why, and I have this for the media too, I have a 92% conviction rate this year. I tried more cases than any prosecutor in the state. That's the U.S. Attorney for the Northern District. That's the AG's office. My office is doing this work. We are keeping the community safe. Because I know y'all won't believe me. I brought a report here from the Atlanta Police Foundation talking about how crime is down in our community. And it's not the district attorney's office alone. It is the district attorney's office combined with the law enforcement in this community. See, I care about the police. So I don't excuse that an officer got killed on January the 6th. To me, it's a problem.
The question was, as a public prosecutor, why would media coverage be relevant to your role? And
I answered it.
I don't know that you did, and I want to clarify, because I think what you answered was why public relations are important to your role, and people seeing you before they get locked up and all that stuff you referenced, which I think is valid. My question is, there are multiple emails that are tracking in concurrency with your work in the election interference case.
With my concurrency in work, period. That's the work that you think is important. I've answered the question. It's asked and answered. We should move on.
The question that I'm asking you is not why are you doing public relations. I'm asking you, why are you tracking the dollar value of your name and your title
has told you she does not know the report. She has told you that she has heard it discussed, but she does not know the details. She has told you that it's important to get a message out. And if that's not been asked and answered, I don't know what it is.
Governor, I certainly understand that. I'm not asking about the outbound messaging. I'm asking about the inbound tracking of the Dollar Valley. If you believe that we've covered that, we'll move on. This is the first payment for critical mention. That's a yearly subscription of $10,000. You told me earlier you've never seen a payment voucher form from Fulton County, so I would assume you've never seen what's on the bottom right. Is that correct?
I don't think we should assume, but you'd actually be correct.
Okay. I'm assuming that your testimony was correct earlier, and I'm tying it together to right now. The second time that critical mention was used, and we talked earlier about funds and accounts. This check was used to pay critical mention for their 2022 contract. Have you seen this check before?
Have I seen the check?
Yes, ma'am.
No.
Okay. What account is this from?
It was a Fulton County account. One of the accounts Paul left, so I can't answer you what account it's from. Whatever bank that's from, that's the account it's from.
Just to clarify, you're saying Paul, you're referencing former District Attorney Howard?
Yes, and you were absolutely correct. Former district attorney, I believe it's from one of those accounts. But that's actually speculation too, but I assume that's what it's from.
Do you know how your name got on an account that was formerly used by District Attorney Howard?
Absolutely. At the beginning of my
sure.
tenure, I had to go and switch names from that DA to this DA.
And part of that changing of names was changing this bank account?
Correct.
Okay. What is the source of funds for this bank account? I know when we talked earlier, you referenced essentially you give everything over to the county. You don't have your own debt credit card. You don't have your own accounts. I want to clarify what this account is.
It was accounts that Paul left. There were a couple of them. At the beginning of my term, we put our name on those accounts. Me and District Attorney Howard did not have a conversation. He went to the bank, then I went to the bank, and we used it for things for the office. We've been audited 50 million times, so it's in some audit. There's no DA that's been audited as much as me.
Do you know how much money was in that account when you
I can't recall any of those facts.
Do you know if you've allocated any additional funds in the time that you've been DA into this account?
I do not believe so. Brings me to an interesting point. We did not want to take in money, and I also wanted to have an office that was transparent. And so in my first 4 years, the only way that a district attorney would take in money would be from open records. Well, I had this great idea as the new DA. I wanted the records of Fulton County DA's office to be equally accessible to the indigent and the rich. Many people abused that, and so I had to change it in term 2. I mention this because I didn't take any money during the first time for open records, and so there's no other reason that a DA would take money in that I can think of. If there is one, I'll have to be educated on it.
As it relates to this, well, let me ask this question. You referenced there was 2 or 3 other accounts?
There was a couple of accounts. We've been auditing all my audits. You know, once y'all started attacking me, they audited me every other week. There is no DA. I just passed a DOJ audit.
Do you recognize the signature on this check?
It looks like DB, Dexter Bond,
Dexter Bond, just for clarity, is your...
Deputy of Operations. That's why he would see these kind of things and I would not.
Do you know what the allowed or the restrictions around the allowed uses of this account, of which you...
All money that we have has to be used for the betterment of my office.
And the only source of funds that you're aware of in this account, it was money that was in the account when you signed it over from former district attorney?
That is correct.
Okay. Are you aware of anything else that has been paid for out of this
No.
account?
Let's make sure you understand me clearly so I don't... I'm sure other things have been paid for out of this. Your question was, am I aware of other things that have been paid for? I can't recall that from 2021 or 22 or any other year.
What's the reason that this account will be used versus the voucher system with the county that I've had up on the screen a couple of times so far this morning?
That would make us... I go to them if this is what I need done for the office. I don't make selections on what account is used. I don't even know what all those accounts are. I can't tell you that this account is the account that you can buy books out of. This is the account that you can do this out of. But I know they have those kind of delineations with the county. But I don't get that. You're in the weeds.
And it's your understanding that this account would have been something you referenced an audit. The state Senate's never done an audit.
Oh, I've been audited a million. The county has audited me, the federal government. I have been audited and audited and audited.
And is it your understanding that this account would have been captured in an audit?
Absolutely.
Okay.
All right, and just for some context, because this has been spanning like 2 years, but this committee has like these meetings. There's been several of them. I think there's been like 7 sessions total, and they have had other DAs speak at these sessions, testify at these sessions. If you
know
go,
which county commissioners?
sorry, what?
I don't expect you to know this, but do you know like who else, what other counties or whoever else was testifying? What other DAs?
They were smaller counties.
Okay.
But I don't, that's
Sure.
not obviously sample size. Fulton's a big county, so it's not very, it's going to be a smaller county.
Yeah, for sure. No, I was just
But
curious.
I don't know. I don't know if it was on their YouTube channels yet and how long they've been doing their YouTube channels, but on the Senate committee website, they host everything on Vimeo. So if you guys want to go back and watch the special committee on investigations, everything that's part of this special committee, they do have the run back, and you'll be able to find Amanda Timpson's session there where she testified, all of that. So I think it's gotten lost in the sauce because it's been like 2 years almost that this has been going on. So
We need to have a special committee on Vimeo. 'Cause everything in Georgia runs on Vimeo, and I'm tired of it. The Supreme Court, the Court of Appeals, this thing apparently. Why can't we just use YouTube like every other person in the world? I guess
they
this
are
might be-
using YouTube now, so which is
Okay.
why I was able to. I didn't need the volume boost, which is why I have it turned all the way down. But I can't boost other providers, and I thought, hey, maybe we need volume today. Luckily, we don't. And then I don't know. Are they running to their break then, or why is it on the? They were just changing screens and it happened to land on this. Yeah,
I
just
didn't
got
think
stuck landing.
Vimeo slant. Okay, Matthew. I need to step away for 1 second. Are you gonna hang
Sure.
out? Okay.
I'm gonna keep playing because they're still. I don't know why it looks like they're on a break with this little screen, but I think they're just switching images.
Right.
But Hal will be back, and
Okay.
also thank you, Sheriff Chuck. It's hard. I appreciate everyone sending in the love. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Sheriff Chuck, who's gifted like 1 million memberships. So big thank you. If you've turned green, it's probably from Sheriff Chuck here. So make sure you're saying thank you. Check out those channel emojis. I am pulling these off the screen pretty quickly though, because that's where they have the little visual. So kind of bad placement. And let's see, they've got a little bit and then they're going to take their lunch break. So, which we can skip.
I was asking you earlier about essentially what I'm just going to colloquially refer to as side work that is done by full-time staff within your office. And I believe that you told me essentially you're not micromanaging. There's no prohibition on side work. Is that correct?
Well, I told you specifically with my investigators, there is an absolute process. They cannot work as investigators or police officers because that is what they are. I think some people don't understand that in a district attorney's office, the investigators are sworn law enforcement officers with very great careers. It's something that a lot of them come to do after they've been police for many years. And we do have a sign-off process because I don't want my investigators to work at nightclubs. I know they pay a lot per hour, but I would prefer them not to do that kind of work, although I do allow them to do extra jobs.
Most recently, as it relates to I will call it the larger story of the case recently, that was a ruling relative to an appearance of impropriety on this case.
What are you
They're like
talking
in
about?
Atlanta,
I'm
like a
talking about the
nightclub
appearance of
shooting,
impropriety
APD.
that resulted in your disqualification from
Like
the
an
case.
off-duty
Prior to that,
APD.
your office was investigating the now Lieutenant Governor, was not Lieutenant Governor at the time, Burt Jones. Is that correct?
I don't understand the question.
I don't understand the question.
Has your office ever conducted an investigation into then Senator or Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones as it relates to the election?
How does that help you with legislation?
Wait just a minute. Let me do my job.
Yes.
Don't answer it as part of the deliberative process and returning it, and investigating, returning it.
Is it not a matter of public record, Governor?
But then why are you asking?
I'm laying a foundation I'm laying a foundation as you would call it.
Well, why don't you skip along to the question?
We're getting there. You're objecting to the
Deliberative process.
it's deliberative as to whether or not Lieutenant Governor Jones is part of an investigation.
It is deliberative because we know it was part of investigation, and he was indicted by two, or recommended by one and by a second one. But the reason he was indicted,
I'm not asking for the reason he was indicted. So I believe that we can agree on the grounds that
well,
Lieutenant.
what's the question?
The question is the degree to which Madam DA was aware that Jeff DeSantis, while he was serving in the office, was the registered agent for a business named Charlie Bailey for Georgia.
Okay.
The Honorable Charlie Bailey.
What's your question?
My question is, are you aware that while he was employed by your office, Mr. DeSantis was serving as a registered agent and secretary of an entity called Charlie Bailey for Georgia?
I don't think I
I
knew
like
that
Charlie
until
Bailey, by the
now.
way.
But Charlie Bailey, who's now head of the Democratic Party, I consider a great personal friend.
I heard that he was maybe in the Capitol today. I haven't had the opportunity to meet him yet.
He's a former DA, former assistant.
Charlie Bailey prosecuted Tounk in 2018. He
Are
didn't
you
get to
aware of
figure out-
any work that Mr. DeSantis did on Mr. Bailey's campaign
Nope,
when he ran for lieutenant governor or for, I believe this was for attorney general?
I'm not aware.
Are you aware of general campaign work that Mr. DeSantis is involved in?
I don't know. Am I aware that he's ever been involved in campaigns?
While he's been working for your office, I'll clarify that.
No, I'm not sure that I do know that he's working for campaigns while employed for the office, but I certainly know that in a prior life that he did work on campaigns. He's like, as we get older, we tell war stories.
Let me ask you, what was the
Yeah, I don't think there's much here. Being a registered agent is just like
Well, it varies, Governor.
you get
It was-
mailed.
It says 2/1/2018, which would have
It's like
been
a
long
mailbox.
before I was there, but then it says last annual registration year 2022. So I'm not sure at what point Mr. DeSantis did this. I'm not sure it tells what it purports to tell, but it's on the screen.
Well, he's a registered agent. Anybody can be a registered agent, not be.
Well, the secretary as well is what I was asking about, which is the role of an officer. The officer information is noted there at the bottom. Did you say you were a supporter of Mr. Bailey when he ran for attorney general?
I said that Mr. Bailey was a friend. I think that was a cute little question you asked. But what I said was that he was a good friend. He used to be an assistant district attorney that reported to me when he was a younger lawyer. I was his supervisor. If you know Attorney Bailey, he's a white male, probably around 40 years old now. And I just adore him and his family.
So you don't recall if you supported him for attorney general?
I would support Mr. Bailey in anything he does. He has great integrity. Anything he wants to do, I'm here to support him.
So you did support him when he ran for attorney general?
I
She didn't.
I'm trying to get to the
I thought he
core
sold
of the
that.
question here.
It's my age.
Tell me how we investigate now because of this. If that's not beyond
Give him a
the
mic.
scope,
We know that Mr. Bailey that there was a finding of conflict in this case, specifically relative to Mr. Bailey. I'm sure that part of that may have been to the campaign contributions that were made on behalf of the DA to Mr. Bailey, which is now on the screen. There was a fundraiser, I believe, that was the acute conflict that the judge recognized, and so that's what we're getting into. This is directly applicable to this case.
I don't find it relevant. But he's a friend, and I gave him some money when he was running.
Remove us.
he used to work for me.
And I'm asking people to give Tanya Miller for Georgia some money so we can get a good attorney general in here. Not a corrupt one that puts false things on screens.
So Mr. Jones was a candidate for lieutenant governor, is that correct?
It should be noted at the time of that ruling, which I still find to be ridiculous. Mr. Bailey was not running against Mr. Jones. He was running against Kwanzaa, and I can't remember his name. It was a Democratic race. But the ruling was found. I take exception with many of that judge's actions. But, I'll leave that for another day.
Is this Kaufman?
At the time of the fundraiser that you did, it was in a primary, and you knew that whoever
He was, that's
was
what
in the primary
a
would
great
win.
point. It was a primary. It was not a general. He was not running against Burt Jones. That was a fabrication of facts. He was running against Kwanzaa Hall. His name just came to me. You get older and you forget things, but he was running against Kwanzaa Hall, and I did a fundraiser for him. That is absolutely correct. And he need to give me some money back, $2,500. I need a contribution.
Mr. Jones moved to have you disqualified from the investigation based on your fundraiser. Is that correct?
Yep, and that's something else that I'd like y'all to take up as a legislative body. I think that when judges rule on things that are directly in the favor of legislatures, we should have a bar of when they can be appointed to the next bench, because I'm watching a lot of judges in my career do things in an effort to kind of say, pick me, get promoted. And I think that it would be some good legislation of this body and of the legislature to say that if a judge directly rules on something in the favor of any legislature, it should bar them from being promoted. That'd be some legislation, since y'all want some help with legislation.
What?
And Judge McBurney granted the motion to Mr. Jones to have you disqualified. Is that correct?
Correct. And then surprise, surprise, Scandalakis dismissed the case.
We're going to get to Scandalakis in just a second, but Judge McBurney said that it was, quote, a plain and actual and untenable conflict. Is that correct?
He did.
Okay. He described it, I believe, in oral commentary and stated that he regarded the optics were horrific, described it as a what were you thinking moment.
The left
and then
and circuit
ultimately-
described McBurney as unethical. We're going to talk about, people pontificating. Is that what we're doing here?
I'm just laying, we're going through the
just
fact
telling you some
pattern
history.
of this case. And then, as you referenced, Mr. Peter Scandalakis, as head of PAC, continued the investigation after you were disqualified. He concluded the investigation did not further warrant further action after interviewing Mr. Jones 4 times and reading your entire file, among other things. Did you give your entire file?
Mr. Scandalakis has never read our entire file. When he just dismissed his case, there's no way that he read the entire file. There's no way that he reviewed all the evidence. It's no way that he interviewed witnesses. But as Counselor set up, shitting and grinning in front of the media saying, oh, we know this case going to be dismissed. I bet you do.
Are you familiar with a company called Canal Media Partners?
It's my fundraiser.
I've heard that name
I
before.
think that's the name of my fundraisers. No. Canal Media Partners is who I pay to do filming or something. It's somebody I
Thank you,
pay.
Kay Schmidt.
I've seen that name before.
On the screen, we've got your
Thank you, Kay Schmidt.
2024 summary from the State Ethics Commission page, and Canal Media Partners is listed as the second highest paid expenditure of your successful DA campaign.
They do great commercials. Use them.
To the tune of $527,000. It's my understanding from looking at their website that they do media buying, among other things.
That's why I won by 87%.
And there's a gentleman by the name of Mr. Chris Hutman who
It's brilliant.
does work for you. So you're familiar with Mr. Hutman.
He is brilliant.
What does Mr. Hutman do?
He buys media space. And if you're an elected official listening, you might want to hire him, because he is able to go and find you the best rates so that you can get the best media. So really the best bang for their buck. Don't mean this to be a commercial, but I did win by 87%. You might want to work with him.
His LinkedIn shows present work with or employment at. It doesn't clarify either, but it shows that he's been at Canal, which we've talked about, for the last 13 years. And in a company called 2020 Insight, LLC, for the last 15 years. Are you familiar with a company called 2020 Insight?
It sounds familiar, but no. I might have paid him. I just don't remember.
According to 2020 Insight's current website, it is a partnership between, they don't say partnership here, but the state's under their Who Are We, it lists Mr. Jeff DeSantis and Chris Hutman, Mr. DeSantis being the same one that serves in your office, and Mr. Hutman being the gentleman that we just talked about that you referenced.
I don't know that he currently still works with him, but we could have got to that question 3 questions ago. I know at one point they worked with each other.
The website for saying that Mr. DeSantis is there is current, but it's your testimony today that you don't know whether he does work with 2020 Insight before.
I don't know that he actually continues to work with them, but I certainly know that in the past that he worked with him.
Is it your understanding that Mr. DeSantis and Mr. Hutman were business partners?
I really don't know what their professional relationship was, so I don't want to speculate. I will tell you this: the governor talked about old men having to go to the bathroom. 54-year-old women do as well, so we don't have to get me to a bathroom break.
We'll take 5.
Thank you.
Nope. All right, so we'll be able to time travel with this. Might take us. Let's just make sure they don't come back right away. But I think they're taking their lunch. Yeah. So.
Okay,
There we
Spalding
go.
County did testified. Okay, they do a lot of Spalding County does a lot of gang cases, from what I recall. That has no relevance. I'm just talking about.
You said that was one of the counties that came to one of the prior sessions.
Yes, somebody who told me that. Courtney.
Sweet. Thanks, Courtney. But yeah, and I don't know what session it was, but I remember watching it. I just don't remember. I feel like it was this year, but like beginning of this year.
Yeah.
So, and actually, since I could check right now. I had mentioned, I dropped it in the chat. I don't know why that little mention about, I don't want my investigators working at nightclubs, at clubs.
Yeah.
But I'll let them. There was a story recently that there are two that I'm thinking of. There was one where there was like a dispute, but there was like a physical, like with arms and pushing and shoving with an establishment owner and the officers that were involved in, or at least one of the officers that was involved in the Rayshard Brooks shooting. That same officer and another officer were at an establishment, and I guess the bartenders felt uncomfortable, so they got a different staff member that was there, and they got into some type of confrontation. And there's been some like issues ongoing because the staff members were initially charged, and witnesses were coming out saying, no, it was the two other guys that started the issue. Why weren't they being charged? I don't know if you guys are familiar with that. I gotta see if there's been any updates on that. But then there was this other story that was a bit more recent, and GBI had to put out a statement. Man shot from behind 17 times by off-duty Atlanta officers outside Buckhead Bar, autopsy shows. So even though he's off duty, I mean, this isn't great press. This is not great press to have about people that are policing your city, shooting someone in the back 17 times. And this is an officer that would be in a position to get into more confrontations where the question of having to use force would come up more frequently. So this was, let's get the date. This was November 15th. We're talking about the autopsy report. That's not the incident date. So GBI is investigating the October 11th shooting that killed Linton Blackwell. He's 44, in the parking lot behind Five Places Inn along Keene Hill Place. So an autopsy report from the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office shows a man shot and killed by an off-duty Atlanta police officer. He was struck 17 times from behind. And they didn't release this detail right away. I mean, it probably took some time to get it. But the family is like, what the heck? What the heck? So they've got some statements here. Blackwell's manager and longtime friend, Timothy Coleman, said he can't believe it. Couldn't believe he was shot 17 times in the back. There's not one shot in the front. And then he's described as a loving man. He just leaves a lot behind. And, again, this is coming from an APD officer that's working, extra hours, making some extra money.
Yeah, I had a case I was looking at involving the Apex unit. They had an officer who worked as bar security on the side, and he supposedly saw somebody who had a warrant out. And so he called the Apex unit in, and there was supposedly an illegal search done on the car that the person in interest arrived in. And it's been in federal litigation for a few years now. It's United States versus Damian Crumbly.
Yeah, I think you've talked a little bit about that.
Yeah, it was funny. The Apex officer testified that he either saw or smelled the marijuana, and he couldn't remember which. and the federal public defender said something to the effect of, conveniently, the officer said it was either sight or smell, which coincidentally is the only two ways that you can tell whether there's marijuana in a car. I thought that was funny.
It's always a mess. And I know, like, we can tell by, and thank you mods, thank you chat, these conversations. I don't consider myself to be a political channel. I don't really cover political happenings, but when we talk about the branches of government, the intersection, of course, that's just inherently political. So shout out to the mods. I want to say thank you to everyone holding it down. This is I think not just a larger number of people in the chat, and we've got 2 chats simulcasted here. And it's a hot issue because, there's important issues that in part are getting overshadowed by the political crossfire. And I don't know exactly how you can separate that, because we're dealing with checks and balances. Even if it wasn't like the Democrat, maybe Republican power play here, it would still be a legislative body versus, we've got the Georgia Senate committee here. They want their powers. They want what they're able to do. And then you've got the district attorney, not just protecting herself, but the decision here for any new legislation would impact not just Fulton County district attorneys, Fani Willis, and future district attorneys, but any other district attorney in the state. So it's not just party lines, it's the whatever office you're speaking of, fighting for these power balances or imbalances. So shout out to the mods for holding it down. Shout out to the chat. This should always be a place, no personal attacks, but I think the diverse perceptions, perspectives, pointing out little things that someone else doesn't notice, even if we don't agree on every single thing 100%, I think a little bit of disagreement makes us realize there's problems where more of us could be looking. And these
In my
issues that
chat,
Hal looks at.
If you disagree with me, I'll ban you.
No.
I rule with an iron fist.
You had someone spamming, like just straight up spamming. And it can be hard up here back in StreamYard to notice. Probably even trickier because it's my StreamYard being simulcast out there. And like when you join someone else's StreamYard, you just have like this little indicator to show you. It's like a little teeny tiny paperclip to show that that's your chat and not the other person's. No. So it's hard to see up here. It's really hard to see up here. But everything, I think both of us, we cover cases that just make us go like, what is going on? What is happening? Yeah. You do a lot of document deep dives. I do some documents, some trial watches. And that happens to be, we're going to be looking at the prosecutorial body, where a district attorney's office has decided to issue an indictment, bring a trial, carry the trial out. So unfortunately, it's always going to look like we're criticizing the DA of whatever case we're analyzing. But yeah. And Vegan Ambiguous remembers those spams. Hal was just up here. I can't do anything from StreamYard. So we were just seeing them come in. Yeah, it was like the last stream we did together.
Oh, the wavy hand thing? Yeah, I saw that. My bad.
Oh, it was a lot. It was a lot. We also talked about, did you guys want to talk about the mistrial? Because I didn't want to stop and Hal, you only caught a glimpse of that, right?
No. I saw you post about it today. Was it a discovery violation?
Yeah, of course. So let me pull up a readable version. And it's really cool. I appreciate what you said earlier, the transparency, if you know what to look for. And again, it's already in the description of my channel. And if you're on Hal's channel, it's on his channel. But he did a video showing you how he goes and looks up some of the records like we were able to pull up on screen earlier. And I love that. I love that that's accessible.
Yeah, they are.
What I don't love is that's record keeping. That's like administrative. That's operational stuff. But we have these issues with trials. And these aren't just like little trials that seem silly and they don't matter. These are murder trials where we're getting mistrials called because the prosecution is still not being transparent with the things they're required to turn over. So the same day we had a press conference yesterday with Fani Willis, this really bothers me that this also happened yesterday. We have this mistrial. And this is the case It's going to be the murder of Breasia Powell.
Wait,
There was
wait, wait.
another individual that was shot.
What does sweet potato
Huh?
do to dogs, though? Because
Oh.
like justice is important, but okay, I'm sorry.
I don't know,
My bad.
chat. Is it like how dogs shouldn't have onions?
Must be.
Which I'm not
okay,
gonna lie, my
bad.
childhood, my dog definitely ate onions and was fine, but now I'm like paranoid that dog will go in garbage, eat onion. It'll be a problem. Oh, so this is a sad story, guys. The trial started last week, and we've given you the spoiler that obviously something's going to go wrong with the trial, and a mistrial is going to be declared. But it's repeat issues. This is Fulton County. This is Fani's office. So, judge declared a mistrial in the case over the killing of a 16-year-old girl 2 years ago. Breasia Powell was shot and killed at a graduation party outside of Benjamin E. Mays School. This is back in 2023. Police said one other person, a 16-year-old at the time, was shot and hospitalized. Officials said that the gathering outside the school was unauthorized. So the school doesn't want liability there. The trial for Jaquan Winters, so these are the three defendants. The trial for Jaquan Winters, Willie Dennis, and Chishenry Mosley started last week. They were teens when the shooting happened. A fourth suspect previously took a plea and is serving 5 years in prison. A defense attorney said the state entered evidence late, submitting things on Sunday and even Tuesday morning. We needed that incident report. It would be very relevant. And I have an error on StreamYard. Can you guys see the screen? Chat?
Yeah.
Okay, it's giving me an audio error. So before we get back to audio, I'll refresh, but as long as you guys can see it. They were teens when the shooting happened. Defense attorney says we needed that incident report. It would be very relevant for the defense of our case. We've been asking for this forever. So it's not just like an oopsie, we didn't even know it was there. No one was asking for it. They've been asking and still didn't get it. And then it shows up 20 minutes after the 5th day of trial.
It's so typical.
The law requires them to give us that information 10 days before, said attorney Miguel Calcio, who represents Mosley. He pointed to the incident report, which he said he learned about 21 minutes after trial started on Tuesday, along with a new investigative summary they received on Sunday evening. There's a quote, the voluminous report that we got that was modified, changed, edited, and supplemented after we're 13 witnesses deep into trial. How can you defend against a moving target like that? Casio noted, at this point, 13 witnesses had been released. So we can't really call you back.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys, when we watch trials and we hear, are they subject to recall? Do you need them back? Are they released? Sometimes you'll hear an attorney or both attorneys, both sides say, we plan to call them back. We still want them under sequestration. All 13 of these witnesses are released, and now they have other evidence that if these witnesses would have been the right person to confront about, they're gone. So he said that they moved for a mistrial and the judge granted it. It was Judge Belinda Edwards. The defense has until February 1st to file what's been called a plea at bar. So no retrial, because this would put us in double jeopardy territory. And do you want to do a stream on this, on updates on this one?
On which one? On this one?
Yeah, we'll see like the full arguments hashed out. I didn't see a stream for this trial. So maybe there's more detail than what's being laid out in this article. Because they'll have to spell it out in the motion.
I assume they'll argue that the mistrial was the result of prosecutorial misconduct, which would prevent the, So I could definitely see this being such a case. They don't like granting those sorts of things, but I mean, apparently this happened years ago and they're presenting stuff mid-trial. I mean, that's unacceptable in most places, but.
And what it bothers me, and I had saved a couple examples. Hal was listing them and they show on the screen for both chats, but I don't think if you guys weren't looking at the tiny part of the screen, it might not be easy to follow. But Happily Angry Lawyer was listing out different examples of, it's like things that are shocking, but now I feel like I'm getting jaded to it because sometimes my reaction is just like, oh, well, of course they did that. Or, oh, again, what else is new? And it's like the shock factor. It's no longer, it's unacceptable, but I'm not surprised by it anymore. Yeah. So you mentioned the Miles Farley case, Wolfenbarger, Contavious Jeffries, which is over on the YFN side of things.
No,
You've
that's
got
a separate one.
Darren Mills, Carter, and White. And if you want to speak on that real quick about how there's going to be a retrial, if you want to explain to the chat that.
Let me see. That was a case. There's nothing really wrong with the first trial except for the fact that one of the jurors wasn't eligible to be a juror. And there's a very clear Georgia law that says you're entitled to 12 jurors. And if you don't have 12 jurors, it's not a valid trial. So it was very clear on appeal that the defense was going to win. But the state fought it tooth and nail, and they made some silly argument. I think we watched it together. The judges were kind of laughing at the Fulton County DA, appellate attorney. So they've just been fighting that tooth and nail. Mills has been waiting 7 years to get his, I think it was 7 years or 5 years. It was either one, to get his new trial transcripts. I think it was like 2017 to 2022.
Oh, and Gigi says, do you know which ADA was prosecuting that trial?
Ooh, I don't remember the trial prosecution. I think it was, I know Charlie Bailey was involved. I don't know if he was the lead. I do know that some of the usual, I could go for a really long time on the Darren Mills case. There's some,
he has some videos, so check them out.
I'm not sure who the trial prosecutor was, but there's some Scott DeMeester, some Tyrone, almost a Tyrone Blackburn. You know what I'm talking about. Yes, Tyrone Dennis. There was just a lot of nonsense in that case.
Just if you lose it, say down bad, and you'll be like, oh yeah, it's Tyrone Dennis.
But yeah, so that was overturned earlier this year for Mills, and then Carter and White are their stuff got filed a little later, so they're just waiting for docketing. But their stuff's going to get, the state's already conceded that theirs will get overturned as well. So there'll be a new trial across the board. Darren Mills is the nephew of Denise Bell, who testified in the YSL trial. She's the one who was shot at Adele Avenue. She wore all black when she testified.
If you feel like the name Darren Mills is familiar, but you haven't heard Hal talk about the appellate issues, we heard Darren Mills' name mentioned because the state's theory was, group of associates, YSL associates, are going over. Denise Bell ends up having her house shot up because they were really thinking that their ops, Darren Mills, was over at the property at that time. So that's why the name Darren Mills might seem familiar from the YSL trial. And I do want to say, Gwennon, was that the one with the 11 jurors? You might be thinking of the Texas fentanyl case. So Texas prosecuted their first ever, fentanyl liability, you're the dealer, and they got the conviction. They won, and dealer deals drugs, someone dies, overdoses on fentanyl, and they hold the dealer criminally responsible. Well, now it's overturned, the conviction's overturned because there were only 11 jurors, and nobody noticed, or maybe the defense noticed and didn't say anything. I don't know. So now they have this issue. Is there a double jeopardy issue? Because one argument could be the defendant was never in jeopardy.
Yeah.
Because there could never have been a standing conviction.
I think that's correct.
Oh, and I think I hear the voices. So let me read the rest of this article and we'll get caught up, you guys. This was a crazy story. Let's keep up on it. But to close you guys out on the details for this mistrial real quick. Let's see. There was more. I think there's a different article. But there's ballistics and cell phone information. So one of the bullets that's related to the prosecution, they found a hit for a different shooting. And now there's a statement from the mom saying, I want justice. I want them to have the right person, not prosecute an innocent person. So, and I can't wait to read these motions because I have a gut feeling that there's a possibility this bullet hit and who that bullet might be associated with another case. Maybe they legitimately have the wrong people, and the evidence they didn't turn over put the smoke and mirrors up for the defense being able to find a possible culprit. So we'll keep you posted on that. I'll drop a link to that article if you guys want to read it. 2 of them, because it's 2 different details.
Yeah, somebody wanted me to react to the 11 jurors case where they just didn't have 12, and I don't know what you want me to say. They didn't count to 12. I got nothing to add. It's really bad.
I'm putting us back in the corner. Okay. All right, you guys, and I don't know if they're going to change the volume, so if we need to boost the volume, maybe they changed it on their end. Chat, let me know. Also, thank you, Ariane the vegetarian, for the 2. Answering? And Jones. He'll be the only one.
Can you?
Harold Jones.
I don't get any. I'm not hearing anything. Yeah.
Oh, you guys aren't hearing it? Oh, wait, I said I needed to refresh. Let me, it gave me an error. So let me pull this off and pull it back up. Sorry, totally forgot. Thank you, chat.
Brief update. The longest tenured person in Rice Street has been there, maybe mental health, but since June 2nd, 2017.
That's the one that the ACLU, the Bard Business lawsuit, was referencing, and that the Rachel
Maybe.
Kaufman's client? Oh, no, that was a different client.
Probably,
That was a different
maybe.
client.
The longest one that I'm 100% sure is criminal, like is actually just a long detention, is 2019.
Can you guys hear this now?
For your time this morning.
Yep.
For those of you at home wondering why I've been the only one answering questions, the committee policy for the duration of this committee under the leadership of Chairman Calzert has been that questions would come through the chair of the committee. And so that's what I've been doing so far this morning. And then in conjunction with that, any questions from the minority party would go through the minority leader or an individual designated by the minority leader. And Leader Jones is here. You've indicated you will be asking those questions on behalf of the minority party. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Leader Jones.
And that has to be pretty brief. Hopefully we're near the end here. Madam DA, nice seeing you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you too. I do have one quick disagreement point with you. As a fellow person from the MEAC, we all know that South Carolina State University is actually the university.
There always has to be a number 2.
They did win the championship. Absolutely. I did have a question for you because I was wondering if I had the numbers correct. Did you say $80 million was spent by the AG's office in one period of year?
In 1 year, yes, sir. I have this exhibit. You are welcome to it. It runs, and it's $80 million just for the special prosecutors. In 2025, it was $75,744,000. In 2025 to date, so the year is not over, they have spent $80,056,000. What we did was collect the 13 top people that received money, MR, because we didn't think it was necessary for people to know who they were, but you can get this off the made $8,181,000. The 13th person on the list, so everybody else is in between, made $1,050,000. This is in one annual year.
And thank you. And thanks for clearing that up. I did have a question also about the block billing, and I know that you didn't really look at the bills, but just kind of asking from a standpoint of just, I guess, experience. It could also be just as reasonable that whoever was actually looking at the bills could say, look, I don't need every phone call. I don't need every witness name that you talk to. Just give it to me in one kind of block, and we do it that way. And by the same token, someone else could say, no, I want every single thing. And you just have a difference about how the person can input it into their particular system. Is that accurate?
Ms. Whitmore, who is the CFO for the county, is a stickler. If she paid a bill, it was done to whatever the county rules are. But again, you're asking me to speculate?
Yeah.
I never saw the bills. I don't see the invoices. And that's a good point of clarification. Several documents have been put up this morning. I can't attest to the accuracy of any of them. In fact, it is clear that some of them have been augmented, and they're not authenticated documents. So no document that's been shown here today has been authenticated, and it's clear that some of them have been altered. But whether they've been altered or haven't been altered, it was my first time seeing them.
Right. In any event, however a person wants to get the billing or not, would you think that this is actually a good way for us to come up with a recommendation on how local DAs or solicitors should actually try to do their billing for outside counsel? That the Georgia General Assembly should decide this is how we should do our billing practices.
What I think is that the voters should elect ethical district attorneys, and that those district attorneys should do the things that are needed to make their communities safer, and that I always like the idea of, for me, I don't think it's necessary for every DA, but I liked that the county looked at our documents. I didn't have to do that. But I knew I was a black DA. I knew I was the first woman DA. And so I took extra precautions because I understand what that means.
Absolutely. And you also want, I think, kind of clarify on this White House trip where you're saying you were actually on the lawn. I didn't know if you want to.
I was not at the White House,
Right.
and so that has been a lie that has been purported by members of this committee. That what happened is, I know we don't like to talk about Black history, right? We want to get rid of Black history museums. We want to get rid of, and I want to say this, we want to get rid of free admissions to parks on Juneteenth and on Martin Luther King's birthday. But I'll let you know something. I appreciate our president because he made free admissions to parks on my birthday. So I do appreciate that. Hopefully King Petty don't get rid of that day. But right now you can get into a federal park on my birthday for free. Now, with that being said, that was a party celebrating Black History Month. And I was so excited to get the invitation. And leaders from all across the country literally came to not the White House, because I never went to the White House on that trip, and I think I was there like 24 hours. It was at the vice president's house, but not actually at her house. It was in a tent on the lawn. Quite frankly, while we were there, I never got a chance even to meet the vice president, which was disappointing. I thought, you have all these people from all over the country there. You would like kind of do an assembly line and sign and, everybody take a picture, but that did not even occur. She did come on the stage at one point with her Secret Service all around her. I don't know what was going on, but Secret Service was all around her. But it was still a very valuable trip because I got to meet leaders from all over the country that were trying to service their communities. And so I was honored that I was thought to be a leader worthy of having an invitation to that event.
Thank you. And there was also a question about whether, Judge Wade had met with somebody from the January 6th committee and things of that nature. But let me ask you this, whether that took place or not, and there's a question about that, but whether that took place or not, would that have any relevance to the co-conspirators in this case who are going around from state to different states making up stuff about the 2020 election and actually trying to do the things that they were trying to do in this case?
We based our case on what we investigated. And as someone from the South and as a black woman, I've taken a lot of offense to this because there's been this indication that I'm not smart enough or people from the South aren't smart enough to be able to do this type of complex investigation. We did it. It was my team who did it. We did it all. And Dolezal, I hope that I pronounced your name right because I want to, Senator Dolezal, asked about ethics. I think he should know if we want a full picture of ethics that Judge McBurney, who he just mentioned, one of the fake electors threw him a fundraiser. So while we having facts, I want to make sure we get all the facts out here.
And when we're talking about also with, Judge Wade and billing and things of that nature, did that cause at all, I think the record would show that the vice president's personal attorney, based on what these conspirators actually were doing, actually called a former federal judge and said, you need to send out a tweet to say that Vice President Pence must actually certify this election because he was so concerned that there might be denied a certification coming January 6th. Anything about this billing have any impact on any of that kind of thing taking place at all?
Nothing about this billing can bring back the 5 lives that were lost on January 6th, to include, I understand that 4 were people that were in the mob, but they didn't deserve to lose their lives. 1 is very personal to me because it was a police officer just trying to serve. And here goes another example of a good American, and this is not about parties as you all have tried to make it. They tried to kill our Vice President Pence. Now, I probably have never agreed politically with anything Pence said, but what I do know is he has a right to do his job and to be free from harm. And we're trying to, we say we're not for violent crime, but we sure like violent criminals if it's helping our cause.
And we also talked about, what is it called, critical measures? Or
Mentions.
Critical mentions. So even discussing that, would critical mentions actually have anything to do with the fact that just yesterday, as a matter of fact, 2 former co-conspirators, because the case has been dismissed, I think Mr. Roman and Mr. Cheeseborough, just yesterday in Wisconsin, was held to answer charges, 4 felony charges, for actually creating a fake elector program that was similar to what was prosecuted right here in Georgia. That they're going to be felony charges facing those. And there were 2 conspirators in this particular case who had the same kind of scheme. Anything about his billing or anything about critical mentions have anything to do with the fact that two persons that were indicted in your case, right now, just yesterday, a judge in Wisconsin said you're going to face charges, 11 charges, based on similar scheme that took place in Georgia?
No, and it should be noted that Roman was indicted in 3 separate states, and that many of the
Roman wasn't
co-defendants were
indicted in a
indicted
day.
in separate states because, and let's be clear so the record is clear, in my indictment in Arizona, they indicted John Eastman, Gina Ellis, Ruben Giuliani, Mark Meadows, and Mike Roman. Mike Roman was represented by Merchant, who came here and testified. In Wisconsin, they also indicted Cheeseborough and Roman. And so, we could go on and on about in the federal case had only one defendant, Donald Trump, but he was also indicted in my case. So these defendants committed crimes in our state and other states, and there's all this talk about political enemies. Not one of these defendants do I consider to be my political enemy. I'm sorry that they think of me as an enemy. I guess they don't know that their job is to serve me, to work for me, to make life better for me and my family. But they are not my political enemy, and I actually pray for them because I see issues.
And also within Wisconsin, the quote-unquote fake electors there actually got sued. And the discovery in that case was over 577 pages. Now, you didn't get to the discovery process in your particular case, but I'm just curious because we were talking about Mr. Scandalakis and how deep he got into your case. How voluminous was your case at the time it stopped?
Huge, much of this room it could fill up,
Paul Scandalakis.
if not all of this room. It was huge. It was lots of witnesses that had to do a lot of work was put into this because I always want to make sure that I am a fair DA, and that's why you see a grand jury recommending 39 people based on their conduct being indicted and me cutting it down to 19 because I'm only going to put forth those with the worst evidence who did the worst things. But I'm also a fighter for victims, and I was fighting for the victims in this case. And the fact that, to some prosecutors, Ruby Freeman and her daughter have no value, she has value to me, and she should have value to other Americans because what happened to her is horrible. And for someone to say they couldn't prosecute a defendant who came in a room and lied for the grand jury, a baby prosecutor could have prosecuted it, but, that's neither here nor there.
And lastly, where we're talking about billing being correct or things of that nature, or critical mentions, does any of that change the impact, I think, what these co-conspirators were doing based on the indictment, that the ultimate goal was to overthrow the 2020 election?
That was the ultimate goal. And we've had people that are supposed to be leaders that instead of being leaders are just cowering down. This country needs leaders, not cowards.
I don't have anything else, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Leader Jones. I've got a few more questions here. Some of this, Madam DA, will be a little bit more, philosophical in manner. I want to get your take on some of the testimony that we've had prior to your arrival around some of the state laws. You've shared some of your thoughts already on some of those things. But one thing that we've talked a lot about in the committee is the use of special purpose grand juries. Can you, for the benefit of those watching, outline the difference between a grand jury and a special purpose grand jury?
A special purpose grand jury is for the purpose of investigating. They are not legally allowed to put forth an indictment. And so that is what a special purpose grand jury is for.
So, and you referenced this earlier, the process of going to 2 grand juries. In your case, with the use of the special purpose grand jury, you went from that special purpose, which was used for investigatory means that you mentioned, and then ended up ultimately with a grand jury. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. It's been described to me that a grand jury exists to essentially put a check on prosecutorial power, to require the prosecutor to have to prove some element of grounds to bring an indictment. Would you agree with that statement?
It's one way to phrase it.
How would you phrase it?
That a grand jury is made up of citizens, that the citizens are brought there. I'm the only DA in the state. I do grand jury 4 days a week. So I have an A grand jury. It runs on Monday and Tuesday. And I have a B grand jury. It runs on Thursday and Friday. And we bring forth cases to the grand jury. We're usually law enforcement, but sometimes lay witnesses testify If the grand jury finds that there is adequate evidence, they will put forth an indictment. It should be known by the general public that not all felonies require an indictment. Some of your lower level felonies you can do by accusation, just like you could do a misdemeanor. But for any serious felony, you need to go to the grand jury.
You may have touched on this, and I'm just going to ask you to, in the context of this conversation, outline it again if you don't mind. What was the reason for the use of a special purpose grand jury in this election case?
To investigate, to make sure I took this matter very seriously. I was not just going to charge people with a crime before I found evidence. And sadly, a lot of people in government, the governor, and other officials refused to testify unless they had a subpoena. Well, I can't get a subpoena unless I have a special purpose grand jury. And so we served them with subpoenas, and they honored their subpoenas, and they came forward.
So with the grand jury for out-of-state witnesses, there's no way to get, for a regular grand jury, to get a subpoena?
For a regular grand jury, but by the time you're before a regular grand jury, you're indicting. And I didn't go into this case knowing that there would even be an indictment brought forth.
Tell me about a material witness warrant, what the process is to get one, and when one would be used.
When someone won't cooperate, you have to go get one.
Do you have to get one for all out-of-state witnesses unless you're using a grand jury? I'm sorry, a special purpose grand jury?
No.
You can
Thinking
get a
about
material
Michael
witness
Sprinkle.
warrant for a witness in a trial. We have had to get material witness warrants for someone in a trial. So I don't know that I understand your question, but basically when someone will not cooperate, it requires you to go get a warrant. Typically, you have to send someone to that state. They have to testify as to why this person is material. Then the judge there makes a determination, yes, they are material. They sign the warrant, they come down. That's very brief, but that gives you kind of the gist of what a material witness warrant has been used. I've used them many times in my career.
My understanding is essentially you need two judges. What sounds like one's the out-of-state judge, one would be a Georgia judge to compel that testimony. Is that accurate?
Because they have to make a determination that it's actually material.
And with a special purpose grand jury, you have the ability to send essentially a letter and a warrant to whoever you wish and compel them to testify without the process of going through the material witness warrant. Is that accurate?
Yeah, again, we're getting into the weeds. We needed a special purpose grand jury because I need to be able to issue subpoenas. So you can issue subpoenas from the grand jury to bring the people there to testify. And so if you're asking that we do that process, you know, we fought in every court in this land. Lindsey Graham took us all the way to the Supreme Court of the United States, who unanimously, I believe, I think it was unanimously voted that he would have to come and to appear.
We are getting in the weeds, just indulge us, because we do need to, the law needs to be specific, and not sure if you watched the testimony. We had a couple of DAs that testified, one of whom, and I apologize, I don't recall the gentleman's name, he essentially, I'm going to paraphrase here, said that he believed that, or I think he stated that it would be fine with him if we struck the entire code section as it related to special purpose grand juries, because in his opinion, that kind of blurred the line between investigator and prosecutor and put you in the position of kind of being the investigator and the trier of fact. I don't know if you've heard about this testimony or not.
I haven't heard this testimony, but what I do know is Coca-Cola and the girl that sells lemonade, they both sell liquids, but it ain't the same work. And so you brought people from jurisdictions that do not do the complexity of cases that I do. Now, all work is honorable work, so hear that. And prosecutors everywhere are trying their best to uphold the law. But to get somebody from a jurisdiction where they got 15 lawyers and, you know, they bring a grand jury once every 6 months, and to ask them to discuss my work where I'm running grand jury 4 times a year and 12,000 new felony cases. I'm sorry, 4 times a week, and, you know, 12,000 felonies a year is the most complex cases, you know, that this state sees. I don't think you were talking to people that you should have been. So I disagree with him, and I don't even think he has the ability to comment on the work of the Fulton County DA.
Well, in fact,
and I noticed that you didn't bring any diversity here when you brought witnesses. You brought all Republican, Caucasian people to come and to tell you about my work. I don't need daddy to tell me how to do my work. I know how to do my work.
Yeah, I don't recall any of the DAs that came commenting on your case at all or your work at all. It was more so trying to get a broad swath of the state, somewhere from.
But it would be like me telling you how to run a DA's office in a rural community. I don't know.
Well, the challenge for us, Madam DA,
It's
is
a
we have to
state.
write laws that do give respect and deference to the reality that there are larger jurisdictions like yours and there are smaller ones.
How many counties, Hal? How many counties does Georgia have?
There's 159 counties in the state of Georgia, several of which are under like 1,000 people. Bacon and coffee and butts.
And they all have food names. This is Hal's pet peeve.
159. That's the
DAs around
second
the state.
most.
That have to follow the same
Well,
law.
that brings us to another law. When you all are trying to decide the salaries of district attorneys, you surely should not compare those to that have my volume of work to those that have smaller jurisdictions of work. Now, I know it brings ire to some, that is the Democratic DAs that keep most of this state safe, but the reality is they run the largest jurisdictions. They happen to, in most cases, be minority, and they deserve to make more money.
Mr. Chairman, may I know that I'm just advised, but could I, since I was here when we did investigative grand jury.
No, I mean, I agree with the point. I don't.
Explain
yeah.
the difference.
Governor, I think we'll defer to you, not because you were a governor, but because you started your illustrious career in the Georgia State Senate.
Well, I started
So-
as an assistant DA.
Well, your first elected role was in this chamber.
When a grand jury, and there are lawyers everywhere that do not understand this. When a grand jury, you present a bill of indictment or a special presentment, you can do it either way, to a grand jury, then there has to be laid before the grand jury a specific bill of indictment alleging facts, circumstances, and the defendants. And you just can't use a regular grand jury to say, well, we need to investigate this. The law goes back to the common law. It has to be an indictment, perfect in form, laid before the grand jury, charging a specific person with a specific crime. So there is no way for a regular grand jury to investigate, unless they are given some civil investigation powers, for example, the jail, things like that. But in a criminal case, the case has to be made on that bill of indictment. So in a investigative grand jury, and they're rarely used, but investigative grand jury says something went wrong here. And I don't know exactly who should be indicted, and I don't know exactly what they should be indicted for, but it deserves investigation. And where a grand jury may be drawn and is set in statute, an investigative grand jury requires the additional step, so that it won't be misused, that the additional step that, in fact, it must be approved by not only the district attorney, but the chief judge. Not that I'm trying to instruct you on the law, but
Turn down the mic a little bit before she.
Remind me, Madam DA, how many times in your career as a DA of Fulton County have you employed a special purpose grand jury?
Once.
Okay. Chairman Calzert, who obviously I've said before can't be here today, he has contemplated this concept of a statewide grand jury. And one of the things that he and I talked about was just getting your thoughts on whether it's appropriate for the Fulton County DA and Fulton County grand jurors to have sole authority and responsibility essentially for prosecuting all state level officials, simply because the capital is here in Atlanta, or what your thoughts might be on with that resting with the Attorney General and a local municipality. In this case, that would be, or a local jurisdiction, which would be your office.
And that's the real issue. And I know that it bothers you all that the district attorney in Fulton County is me. But I think you absolutely need, when laws are broken in someone's jurisdiction, they should have the ability to prosecute them. There is no need to do that in that way. And the reality is, I prosecute more cases than the Attorney General. We are equipped to do it. We are doing it. I think that what has happened
That's
is
typical
the
district versus
complexion
AG.
of the DAs have changed. And so now there's all this concern. Now we need a QAnon committee, the oversight committee y'all have come up with. Now we need a statewide grand jury and we need to take rights away. No, it's just fine how it's always been.
I think what he's contemplating, at least as he kind of jotted some thoughts out to me, would be concurrent jurisdiction, where you would still have autonomy, but the Attorney General would also have the ability to prosecute cases, you would be opposed to?
They already have that ability.
Okay.
They have
That
that
would help with
ability.
Cop
So
City, wouldn't it?
then he, they
And
have
that
the
may
ability.
that may be the distinction that he was getting to. I just want to get on the record because he couldn't be here today, and that is something that he asked about.
Wouldn't what he's proposing make it easier to prosecute Cop City?
Yeah,
Right?
for sure.
Okay.
I mean, I need to see exactly what he's proposing, but
I mean,
sounds
just
like
at a top level glance, it sounded like concurrent jurisdiction. So
Yep.
AG doesn't need Fulton County to authorize the prosecution first
It's-
for
yeah,
the
it
AG
sounds
to
kinda
have
messy.
jurisdiction. Yeah, it sounds messy. That's why, but that's the example I'm thinking of. Have you seen an update on that appeal at all? I haven't.
I haven't either, actually.
So, but that seems like a slow, slow thing anyway.
We heard from, and I'm just going to summarize this because I know we are getting short on time. I do want to talk about federal grants because it was discussed in this committee.
Did you hear me say I just passed another audit?
I did hear you say that, I believe. But asked and answered, I believe, as y'all would say. I don't think you gave us this number, but what's a ballpark number of federal grants in an average year of what y'all receive? Is it hundreds of thousands? Is it a couple $1 million? Is it?
I don't know an exact answer. I can tell you we do excellent work with our grants, and because of the current administration, not just in my office, but all over the country, people are losing valuable grant money to do the work of the people. And that is going to require some work of the legislature because the state's going to have to kick in more. This year alone, I lost 14 employees as of September 30th because not as many grants are being given. Grant work that just does excellent things for community. And the grants, so that we're clear, they're actually not the Fulton County District Attorney's grants. They're not the Atlanta Judicial Circuit's grants. They are the grants of the county. So they are not my grants. So that's a misnomer slang.
Of those 13, were they prosecutors or were they admin? What do they do?
A combination of everything. Some lawyers, some investigators, some staff.
Okay. I want to
And those weren't all federal grants.
I want to move quickly through, and I don't want to belabor this, but there was a letter that I want to ask you about that came from Senator Grassley relative to grants, and then we heard testimony from someone who I believe used to work in your office, is no longer employed, named Amanda Timpson.
Yeah, all of her, about 5 of her cases have been dismissed now. So I think that you should know that on summary judgment because she gave this committee information that was incorrect and her cases have been dismissed. You're not soothsayers. You wouldn't know that as you went into the future, but facts were provided to you that were inaccurate, not true, and those cases were dismissed. And it's about 5 cases. Some dismissed by her counsel. One was just dismissed on summary judgment. I have not misused grants funds. You were given false information.
Let's
That's not the
clarify that.
only witness that gave you false information, but that one certainly did.
Okay. And I'm going to kind of cross-reference a couple of things that was the testimony from Ms. Timpson. I also reference a couple of things in the letter. The letter specifically notes that your office received $500,000 in 2020 to open a youth empowerment and gang prevention center.
You know I wasn't the DA in 2020.
Correct. I'm just going to ask you if the money for the grant has been used for that purpose, to your knowledge.
I wasn't the DA in 2020. I can't speculate.
After receiving Mr. Grassley's letter, did you have the opportunity to look into the use of that
I don't
$500,000?
believe I did. I don't think I responded to Mr. Grassley.
Okay. The letter highlights a report that roughly $89,000 of those funds have been diverted to what is known as the Offender Alumni Association. Is that report accurate to your knowledge?
I don't have any knowledge, and I'm not going to speculate.
Okay. When Ms. Timpson was here, she previously testified that she discovered that the office was using these grants and expenses that were not eligible for the grant. Specifically, she mentioned swag, computers, and travel.
And didn't know what she was talking about, which is why our cases were dismissed.
So is it your testimony that the funds were not used for swag, travel, or computers?
Let me speak specifically to the one that I know about.
Okay.
I bought a computer for a grant employee. I did not use grant funds to buy it. I can, which I do with all my grants. It's never enough. So you always do things to support the people working on the grants. But what I can tell you is her cases were dismissed because they had no merit. One was just dismissed on summary judgment.
She testified that she had brought this to your attention in late 2021. Do you recall that conversation?
I do not recall it. What I recall is Ms. Timpson being a troubled employee that did not do well at the office, that I moved her. I remember she was one of those people I interviewed. I remember feeling terribly sorry for her because she's got a tragic story. So I was proud of that she had kind of lifted herself up by her bootstraps, but she ended up being an employee that was a holdover employee and not very good at her job. We tried to work with her. Ultimately, she put some of my employees in fear, and she was let go. And that's what I recall.
And she was let go in January 2022. Is
I
that-
don't remember. I've had up to 400 employees before the ARPA money was employed. I literally have no idea. She obviously was not a lawyer or an investigator, and that is the tiers of my office, a lower level employee. I don't remember.
Okay. Going back to Grassley's letter,
I told you I didn't respond to Grassley's letter. I don't remember it. It doesn't stand out to me. It wasn't important to me.
I'll just highlight for you one thing he said, just allow you to clarify if it's accurate or not. He cites a report in the letter that says that in 2023, 98% of
Lucky.
these federal grant funds were spent on travel and conferences.
The soccer
I don't know
test
if that's
kit.
true or not. I doubt it's true, but if it was spent on travel and conferences, it would have been allowances of the grant. But that sounds inaccurate to me, but again, we're speculating.
Okay. Chairman Grassley asked you for a
Yeah, I
series
mean,
of
this is all
documents, and based on what you
verifiable.
just said, I think
Nobody
I know
asked
the
about
answer to
this.
this question, but I just want to clarify. He asked for a list of all federal grants received by the office since 2019, complete accounting of all expenditures of grant funds, reports relating to planned expenditures of those funds. Have you complied with Mr. Grassley's request?
I believe Mr. Grassley was ignored.
Okay. Would you be willing to provide those documents to this committee?
I think you've been provided documents. What did happen was I provided documents to Jim Jordan.
Do you know if federal grant uses and sources and details that was requested by Mr. Grassley would have been captured in what you provided to Mr. Jordan?
Have no idea. This is a large office. It's not a rural office. I have a grant team.
So if we request these documents, you'd be willing to provide them to the committee?
Whatever's been provided is what I was willing to provide.
Yeah,
Okay.
we'll consider. But I think it is included because I went to Washington on the Jim Jordan.
Can you say that one more time?
I went to Washington on the Jim Jordan committee twice. And not only did they have all the documents, they sent another team of auditors down and they said everything's been correct.
I just passed a federal DOJ audit this week.
The Fulton County Ethics Code was amended in April of '24 to clarify that it includes elected officials. Is that your understanding?
I have no idea what Fulton County did.
That wouldn't apply to her.
Yeah, I'm not a county elected official. I'm a
She's
state.
a state elected,
Right.
not a county.
Okay, so your position would be that the county ethics code, anti-nepotism code that they updated to include elected officials, when they expanded that scope, that would not include you. That would be your
There's
position.
county electeds and there's a state elected. I am a state elected.
Okay.
I represent the Atlanta Judicial Circuit.
Does PAC have any sort of model language around either internal ethics codes for your office to use or any sort of anti-nepotism
You have to ask Pat.
language? Are you aware of
I'm not.
anything that PAC has provided? Can you provide the committee with any sort of internal ethics guidelines that you have, as well as any sort of anti-nepotism policy that your office has in writing?
You know, I subpoena them, we'll consider it, decide whether it's relevant to the inquiry or whether it's privileged or whether you've already received it.
Okay. Does an internal ethics policy exist in writing?
You know, you mentioned companies, and, you know, it's interesting because I also saw where you posted where it's always Fulton County. But the truth is, you have a company that you've listed on your disclosures for finances, and that company stole millions of dollars from Fulton. If you want to look at ethics, you might want to look at that.
Does your office have any
And
sort
the
of
company's name is
internal
Teletrax, in case
ethics?
anyone thinks I'm making this up. And people died because that company did not provide the services that they purported to provide.
Does your office have an internal ethics policy that's in writing?
Not that I can recall.
Okay. want to lastly just ask a couple of questions about the Open Records Act.
Let me tell you something. I have a 92% conviction rate and a 92% clearance rate with open records from January of 24 till November 30th of 2025. I've gotten over 1,600 open records requests. This ain't a rural town.
Say that number again, I'm sorry.
Over 1,600. And we have cleared 92%. Now, it should be noted that in 24, people were abusing the open records thing. Ms. Merchant, as you mentioned, over 30 requests for open records. Lots of people were abusing it. And it troubles me that in 25, I have to now start charging people for open records because I realize people will abuse it. But 92% of the open records requested, we have cleared.
Can you define cleared? What do you mean when you say cleared?
They've asked for documents and we've given them to them.
Okay. And you mentioned you're now having to charge an hourly rate. There were no hourly rates. that
Not
were
from
being charged.
January 1st of 2021. That was a novel idea a young, naive, new district attorney did. I thought that I could provide documents, or I wanted to have transparency. I wanted to be able to communicate with the public, and I wanted indigent people as well as rich people to be able, if they had something, to give it to them. What I didn't know is that there were a lot of evil people that would abuse that to make up lies.
Can you clarify for me? You said you started charging just earlier this year?
January of 2025.
Okay.
But I don't take in those funds. I had Ms. Whitmore do that.
Prior to your getting sworn in, did your office charge for open records requests?
I believe the prior DA did charge for open records, but when you become the new DA, you have new ideas. One of my new ideas was I wanted to offer this level of transparency to my constituents. It was abused by people all over the country.
You referenced certain individuals abusing the process.
Absolutely.
When you said 30, just to take the example of Ms. Merchant, just since she has been before the committee, you said she filed 30 open records requests? In what
More
period?
than 30. It was 30 it was a little bit in excess of 30. Yes, I did say that.
Over what period of time?
I don't remember.
Yeah, Cook, I don't have a problem with charging something
I
for
don't
the.
remember.
Generally speaking, in kind of the scope of the
I don't remember, so
case
I'm
of
not
the
going to
elect.
speculate.
Okay. What, in your opinion,
I
what
know
should?
she also came in here and testified that I diverted money from my homicide backlog. I cleared my homicide backlog, all of it. Didn't divert any money. People came in here and lied to you. You should be upset about that.
As you think through the law, the open records law currently is unlimited, right? Somebody can.
I think if you
can-
want a new open records law, you should make the legislature have to answer open records. That would be my recommendation for a new law.
I would vote for that as well, but let me just get I just want to get your opinion on the scope and how you would limit that, how you determine abuse versus non-abuse.
How I would limit open records? Is that what
Sure.
you're asking me?
Yeah, if you were to take an extreme case, right, if you say 30, I think.
I don't think that district attorneys should actually be subject to the open records, but if they are subject to the open records, obviously attorney work product should not be subject to it. Only cases that are, completely closed, and I mean closed past a habeas, you should have to give.
Help me understand
So you
why you
wanna-
don't think you should be subject to open records. I would agree with you that the General Assembly should be.
Judges are not subject to open records.
Do you think they should be?
Did I think judges should be subject to it? Not their work product, because judges also have work product. But I think they should be akin to DAs.
And do you think that DAs should be akin to the legislature, or you think that the legislature should be akin to a county commissioner?
I don't know that I understand your question, but I think that you should be subject to open records. I think that you're making laws that are supposed to be in the benefit of the community, as opposed to this day where we're wasting a lot of time, where me and my staff could be keeping the community safe, but I'm here to do this song and dance with you. The reality is I brought forth an indictment because people came in my county, they committed a crime, and they got charged. They didn't get charged because of their race. They didn't get charged because of their political party. They got charged because they came in my community and committed a crime, and 2 grand juries passed forth an indictment. And this is what you should know. I don't care how many times they threatened me. I don't care that they've threatened my family. Actually, just yesterday, I went home and the Department of Justice sent me a letter about another person that they are prosecuting, and that I can come in January because this person swatted my home as well as the home of other public officials. This has to stop. What you all need to do is to pass laws to allow people to do their jobs, to do them safely. What happened to Marjorie Taylor Greene? It's horrible. That she had to quit her job because they were bomb threats to her house and threatening her children, but she didn't care when it was me. She didn't care when my children were threatened. She didn't care that I haven't had the ability to live in my house, but I'm a better human being than that. I don't want any of your lives threatened. I may not care for you personally. I may not believe in your politics. I may think that today is nothing but more than evil and you trying to get yourself elected. All of that being said, I don't think anyone should threaten you and your family. And I think if you're here to protect, you ought to establish laws that if someone uses hate speech and that creates an environment where people like myself are threatened doing their job, we ought to do something about it in Georgia.
Just a couple of quick questions on the open records law and your thoughts on it. And it doesn't, and I think it is a challenge to get to this concept of what is abuse and what is not abuse. As it relates to Ms. Merchant, though, the court seemed to indicate that she was...
The court indicated that a CFO would not be in the weeds, as I was not. And we gave Ms. Merchant many, many documents, and she abused it. So if you look at what they said, the court said that the CFO, which is what I am of the district attorney's office, I wouldn't be involved in the weeds. What I know is that when you have 1,600 people requesting, we do the very best we can. What's a shame is because we had people abusive, I now have 3 attorneys working on open records, 2 master level peoples, and an employees. None of those people are doing the work that I care about. What I care about is getting gangsters off my street. What I care about is getting people that sexually assault children. I don't hang out with human traffickers or the victims. I care about representing people that are trafficked. Like, we've got problems here in Georgia. They're real problems. This is a major metropolitan city, and I'm standing on the line here trying to keep people safe, and y'all have me in here with this foolishness. I indicted them, I'm indicting them again. If they committed a crime in my jurisdiction, I don't care if you like it. It's not 1948. No, let me get to this. It's not 1948. I know that you're offended that it...
I didn't... So here's the question.
Audacity to indict rich white men, but I would do it again, but I would also fight with my last breath to see that they were protected.
What I was asking was, and I didn't get there, the court essentially found that Ms. Merchant was treated differently than other people making open records requests. You're correct. It did find that you were not in the weeds on dealing with that. What I'm curious about in response to the court case, have there been any internal changes with how you handle?
I now have 3 lawyers on open records, 2 master level people, and an assistant. That was the change.
Okay, so
I had to waste more resources to not do the main thing. So you want something else? Give the district attorney in Fulton County more lawyers so that she can do our job, because what happens in Fulton is going to impact the entire community. Gangbangers don't stay just in Fulton. They go to DeKalb, they go to Coweta, they go to Douglas. And I'm here on the front line keeping people safe. And you talk about critical mention.
Just walk me through
it
that
wasn't
change.
just about this case. I prosecute a lot of high-profile cases.
walk me through the change real quick. What did you have before in terms of staff, and what do you have today?
When I started, I had one.
When I say before, let me say, let's call it 2024 versus 2025.
I've increased staff. I now have 2 special assistant attorney generals that work on it. I have two special assistant prosecutors that work part-time on it. I have right now 2 lawyers that work on it full-time. I'm bringing a 3rd one in. I have 2 master level people that work on it. When I first got there was 1 lady with a master's degree. We've had to expand and expand and expand for this foolishness. And what I'm supposed to be doing, and my main emphasis, what I focus my day-to-day on, is making sure I lock up murderers, making sure I lock up sexual offenders, making sure I lock folks up that are dangerous. And I also spend my time on making sure we have programs for people so we can turn their lives around. Which is why I got a 92% conviction rate. I must be doing something right.
Leader Jones, I've asked a couple of questions since you've had the opportunity to ask. I want to defer to see if you got any questions you'd like to ask before we wrap up here. Let me turn your mic on.
One final one, you kind of touched on it, and that was, at the end of the day, this case here, this conspiracy case that took place, why did you bring this case?
because folks came in my jurisdiction and broke the law. And as elected officials, there are things that are precious and that are our responsibility. One, in a free society, is keeping people safe. Right? And I stand on the line keeping people safe every single day. I have dedicated my entire career to making sure that people are safe and that they feel valued. Children feel valued, no matter who you are. See, I'm not like these people. I believe in diversity. I've sat on my floor and cried with little white children, black children, Spanish children, and I fight with my last breath to keep those people safe. But I have also prosecuted black people, white people, Asian people. It doesn't matter to me. It seems to matter to some. So I brought this case because they came in this jurisdiction and broke the law. And they didn't only break the law here, they broke it other places. Because the other thing that we have to do as a free society is we have to protect elections. It is important. If the people of this jurisdiction, the 19th, voted Senator Blake Tillery to be that senator, then I have to work to make sure that he is instilled into office. If someone does something, goes into a voting booth like they did in Coffee County, they do that. If they threaten workers, it's little old people that work the polls. How dare somebody threaten them? And how dare you all not take that to be important? Is it not important because it was an older black female? It ought to be important to everybody. That's who you all are here to protect, those that cannot protect themselves. And I'm willing to stand on the line so y'all can keep threatening me, keep bringing me to these committees, keep auditing me, and I'm going to keep doing my job with excellence.
All right. No other questions.
Madam DA, would like to thank you for appearing today before the committee. Governor Barnes would like you to do the same.
Can someone clap?
This meeting
Happy
is
holidays.
Hold on, wait. I have the clip. I have the Christmas clip. I'm slow on the trigger.
Well, what I can tell you is you were one of those children who wanted Christmas early. Tomorrow you'll get Christmas.
So that was obviously about today. Well, I don't really think we have answers on, I mean, accounting, money, oversight, how are the funds being used? I think that's what we wanted some issues for. I don't think we got those answers, but it was spicy.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of the stuff, like the accounting stuff, I didn't really care as much about because it's already, like I said, all the stuff's transparent. We already have pretty good answers on the accounting stuff. And, you know, like I know I don't really even know Timpton. I didn't know the name. I actually looked at it independently before I even heard that name. And I reached independently some of the same conclusions. So I don't really think there was much there. I don't know. I don't know if we really got all that much out of this. But it was interesting to hear her talk about some of these things.
Well, and I'd say too, I mean, again, another clarification is that this in and of itself is not some type of disciplinary committee. Like the purpose of this is never to do some type of discipline. I think the closest thing to that would be, is she defying a subpoena? Did she not show up? Obviously, she satisfied the subpoena now. I think the Georgia Supreme Court is going to say the issue is moot and not want to set precedent on general assemblies and outstanding subpoenas. If you missed those oral arguments, we had done a stream on that if you guys want to check them out. So I don't really think this is going to make or break. I think this stopped further reasoning and a ruling that the Supreme Court might have had to issue otherwise, Georgia Supreme Court.
Yeah, I mean, my beef with Fani has nothing to do with any of this. Like, it's interesting to hear her talk about the stuff, just to see how she's going to respond to the questions. But if I were the one asking questions, I wouldn't have asked about any of the stuff. But, you know, my viewers can probably would have guessed that. I'd like to know about her actual prosecution of, like, gang cases and, you know, the line prosecutions, not this stuff.
And I'm sorry about the volume, too. And I'm sorry there's no closed captions on this. I think, like, replay, maybe YouTube will generate them once it's processed. I got in the habit whenever Barnes was speaking, I knew to like jump his mic up, but I didn't want it being too loud when someone else spoke, and then they were muting Fani, and I could still hear her in the early part when they lowered her mic, but it was a bit hard to hear her at the end here. Guys, I also want to say, if you think that this is all about Fulton County, I mean, you've gone outside of Fulton County. You've been covering
Brunswick or what county?
Cobb?
Glynn County?
Have you done Cobb counties too?
Probably.
Yeah, so I mean, we've Hal's gone outside of that. I've been all in Tennessee. I am completely absorbed in what I think is horrible, horrible prosecutorial conduct over in Tennessee. They call everyone over there district attorney generals, so it seems like they're speaking about different offices, but it's the same thing. ADAs, all of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know if I think all that much legislation will come of this. I think we had a significant bill just about subpoena power in Senate Bill. I think it was 255.
Yeah, that was interesting.
I might have that linked.
Yeah, I don't think there'll be any major changes out of this.
Yeah, it was 255. So Senate Bill 255. So yeah, I don't know. And I would say I kind of wish more committees like this were formed. Obviously, there are some committees, right, that I'm not watching every single one of them. But I just like when this stuff is transparent. We'll pause this before it goes somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, I think the one thing I would say is like just addressing the comments in chat about Trump, like my beef with Fani Willis isn't even really about this case. Like I mean, I think hiring your boyfriend is probably a bad idea, but I have it's not in my top 10 reasons why I disapprove of the quality of her work.
I think you look at indictments with an equal lens, like maybe like the James Comey indictment and how that completely fell apart. And that's how I don't think that's like really a YouTube thing because it's none of that stuff is streamed.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But over on X, I mean, there's indictment shouldn't contain the imagination. What was the Young Thug thing last night?
My lack of self-awareness is telling. How so? Sorry, I shouldn't respond to just my chat.
Yeah, imaginations don't belong in an indictment. That was the quote. That was a backdrop at a Young Thug concert last night in Atlanta. So, just a time. What cases do you have that you're going to be covering soon?
I might do something in the Melly thing, but I don't know. I might do the Devin Grant case in Glenn County. What else is there? This isn't really any new cases. This is all like post-conviction stuff. I might do a Wolfenbarger, little look back on Wolfenbarger. Keeping up with the Darren Mills. I'm just reading like through my list here. The Darren Mills. Let me see. Keeping it on the Supreme Court of Appeals.
Yeah, I would say if you do Wolfenbarger, guys, Christopher Wolfenbarger, that was a Fulton County trial. It was all around a hot mess. They ultimately acquitted. But that's a good one to watch. I think it was like 8 days. I don't think it went past 2 weeks. I think it was longer than a week. Didn't go past 2 weeks. So highly recommend that if you have like an itch for a quick trial that you want to watch. Just a lot of issues with discovery and putting blinders on to a third party culprit. And, we had a directed verdict on one of the counts. Judge Rachel Krause granted a directed verdict. So if you like all of that, that's all of your bingo card elements. Definitely recommend that case.
Yep.
I think are you going to be doing more of the civil stuff with Girardi?
Oh God, that's coming up soon, isn't it? The Girardi stuff. I don't know. I'm not even that interested. I worked on that case personally. I've already like reached a conclusion on what should happen. So I don't know if I'll find it as interesting, but I probably will if there's a demand for it. But then it's in federal court though, so that won't be streamed.
Oh, you'll have to cover it without a stream. Oh,
I'm
yeah, that
not
always
for
sucks. That always sucks. I hate when like a good trial is no cameras.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, other than that, I do want to shout out everyone because I'm super appreciative. Thank you guys for hanging out. But it gets stupid trying to pull stuff up on screen when important stuff is below. So I thought this was cool. We had KP say, can we get more likes than lies today? And KP does trucking work, you guys. And right after we had, and I don't know much about this company, but check it out if you're a trucker. It says, I think it's Diddy Truck, but I don't want to say Diddy Truck. Is the first platform that allows consumers to do price comparisons on truck rentals from top truck rental companies nationwide. So that's really cool because you could do some comparisons for booking hotels and car rentals, but never really thought about that for truck rentals. And maybe if you want to see if someone flat rate or mileage based, I can see why a filter would be awesome. So shout out to you. That's very, I think, innovative. And thank you for the support. David Trailer says, it's okay that you don't remember. That wasn't the question anyway. And sometimes, for what it's worth, no matter what's going on, sometimes I just like when proceedings testimony goes off the rails, right? If it was a yes or no answer, I think we'd be pretty bored. But
Yeah, for sure.
maybe it'd be more productive, but it wouldn't be it wouldn't inspire so much commentary. Nick Starro says, calmer this time, still deceiving. I think we had a lot of deflection here. Again, I don't think we got answers, but that's politics, right? GV says, committee full of typical man and free Munk Tounk. So that is a reference to a Fani quote, typical man and free Munk Tounk, of course. We also had a ton of gifts. So again, thank you to Nick Starro. Thank you to Sheriff Chuck. If you turned green, it's probably from one of those two generously gifting. The daddy commentary was hilarious. Someone please clip that. GV says, we all know Bruce Harvey is the daddy.
Am I missing something about this daddy stuff? Like, am I out of the loop? Why did daddy keep coming up?
So you didn't hear Fani saying it? Fani was saying that, like,
I heard her say it today.
You're not the daddy. Like, you're not the boss of everything that would go on. And at one point, it seemed like she was saying it specifically to the guy that's... I didn't catch his name.
I didn't know.
So I'll have to catch that on replay, but who's sitting for Bill Cousert. Mini Bill, little Bill. It seemed like she was saying it to him, but then I think she was speaking to the panel. So,
Okay.
But yeah, that's where that came from. Nancy, shout out for the pure love. Thank you. Tay Biz with the excellent writing compliments. And also Fani and her auntie energy. And I think it's enjoyable. I mean, I know it's like driving people up a wall, but honestly, I'm not going to lie. I would love to see some of her work as a criminal defense attorney. Imagine her chasing down a prosecutor, knowing exactly what to be on the lookout for.
Yeah, I mean,
What do you think of that?
I'm sure she's capable.
Like, what do you think of that food for thought? Like, Fani taking a prosecution team to an account from the defense side of the table.
Yeah, she had a pretty good reputation. I mean, I don't know if she still does, but in private practice, you know, like a lot of people supported her run for DA.
Yeah, there was a lot of like YSL adjacent attorneys, right? I feel like I saw a lot of support.
Yeah, for sure.
So, and that's the thing, like, these roads all cross. They're never like fully separated. We had more gifts here from Sheriff Chuck. Holy moly. Sheriff Chuck was just going bananas in here. Kay Schmidt came in dropping memberships. We have Amuse on X. Good to see you. Amuse on X is hanging out over here on YouTube. Good to see you with the 10 here. Thank you so much. And then Ariane the vegetarian said, thanks for covering this. She was also concerned that yesterday she might have said something that wasn't picked up. You know, text isn't always read the way it's meant to be read. She mentions Trial and Error podcast here. Later tonight, you guys, I'm going to be talking about the Zachary Adams case with the co-host, Dana McClendon from Trial and Error. They did consulting work on the Zachary Adams case for the petition for post-conviction relief for a new trial. They've uncovered a tangled web of prosecutorial misconduct, discovery issues, and he's going to lay it all out for us. So I'm leaning on Ariane. Thank you so much for the super here. But I'm leaning on that as a shout out to the Trial and Error podcast. They are looking at corruption over in Tennessee and how the corruption with investigators, local law enforcement, or just incompetency. Corruption a little bit, but also the incompetency and the butting of heads. There are victims out there that their cases aren't even being looked at. Or their cases, their prosecution isn't going the way it's supposed to go because when trial comes along, they're not making sure the victim who's in custody is also able to be transported to court to testify. Yeah. They just forgot. We don't know where they're located, even though they're in the system and you should be able to locate them. So Trial and Error Podcast has done some great work advocating for the process to be done right. And through the process being done right, victims will have their advocacy, their chance for justice. So other than that, you guys, what do you think? What do you guys think? Closing thoughts? How?
Yeah, I don't know. Curious to see if anything happens after this. But yeah, I don't know. I don't have any really like next step thoughts. Curious to see how the office keeps moving forward. I'm really curious about the next election, see if she gets a primary challenger. I assume she probably won't. But yeah. Curious to see what happens.
My closing thought, you guys, I really think Jennifer Nichols grates my gears. Personal taste, Jennifer Nichols grates my gears. Here's a quick snapshot of her. Did I delete it? Tell me I didn't delete it.
Oh, she's the
nope, here she
former,
is.
Yeah, that one. Yep.
So she will be the bane of my existence going through the Zachary Adams retrial stuff. So she is top of my list. She is top of my list of worst. So with that being said, you guys, I believe when I end the stream, it ends for both sides. So that means my chat, that means Hal's chat. Make sure you hit the like button on the way out, share your thoughts. If you aren't already subscribed to Hal, please use my description to find his channel link and go say hey over there. He's doing a ton of pro bono work, looking at different cases that, even for stupid like procedural issues, somebody's sentenced to more time than allowable by law. Like a basic thing to get wrong, but it's keeping people held for longer than allowable by law. So I love the work that he's doing. Anything you can do to support and grow his channel, I would love to see it. So
that's kind of the funny thing about like some of these cases that I'm working on is like Devin's case, for example. It's just stupid. Like I shouldn't have to spend time working on a case like that where like somebody else credibly confessed to the crime, but he got convicted for it, and the confession wasn't turned over. Like I shouldn't have to work this hard.
Well, and it's scary because when a witness recants or something, then the theory is, well, they're lying now. They're lying about the recantation. And if you don't have some other emergence of new evidence, like DNA that was never tested, right? Yeah. 20 years later, when a case is 10, 20, 30 years old, how often is it going to be that there's physical, undeniable evidence that's going to come out to alibi the person? Yeah. And it just becomes they're lying now that they're recanting.
Yeah. Yeah, those are two of the biggest things. Is one is just like the procedure of it, just getting in front of a court. That's the hardest part. But then also, there's such a strong presumption. I think in this case, I'm not going to get into why, but I think the recantation is going to be very credible because there's reasons.
Well, I'm always
reasons
excited.
why. So, I don't think that's really applicable here, but it is just there's such a strong presumption and that's part of the problem with Tounk. Like there's a very real chance that we lose on appeal. I don't think there's any chance we lose on the substance, but like preservation of error issues or passage of time issues, there's just so many challenges procedurally that are much more difficult than the actual underlying question of, is this person guilty?
And guys, still no update on that, but I'm sure that the second there is an update, you'll either see Hal fire up a stream or a tweet, or both. Like sometimes he'll jump on his stream and something's going on and he'll forget to go over on Twitter and share an update telling us that he's going to go live. So
and none of that was about Fulton County. So I've spoken with other prosecutors too. It's not just Fani. Don't be mad at me.
he'll go toe to toe against any prosecutor, and that's what I like to see. And the reason I say that is, prosecutors, it's really the defendant that has a right to a fair trial. And when we look at cases, we do these trial watches. I could be analyzing things a certain way within the room of that trial, but if it was a different person on trial, my analysis might be different for the same case, right? Yeah. One culprit. So say we have the wrong culprit, we end up trying somebody else. Both of those individuals, obviously one person didn't actually do it, maybe one person did, but both of those people have the same right to a fair trial. And if you don't keep that process in place for everybody, the person who's wrongly accused is not going to have a fair trial. Yeah. So,
hey, I'm beefing with Jackie Johnson too. So,
yeah, that's going to be, get her called as a witness. I'm telling you, we wanted during the YSL trial to see the prosecution team be called as a witness, and the best we got was Adam Abadi, who did not want to go under oath. And that was only in the small issue of the John Melnick issue, knowing whether or not Woody had counsel. So it was a very narrow issue that really wasn't substantive to the
Yeah.
charges in the case. It was like a side story, a very big side story.
Yeah.
But we got to watch the sausage be made. We have more than one prosecutor on the stand in these post-conviction hearings for Zachary Adams. It's an incredible thing to actually see on camera. So highly
this is-
recommend it.
This is my most viewed thing ever by like 3x. This stream is. That's kind of cool.
Well,
Sorry.
and that's why, and again, thank you to the mods. Thank you to the mods. I know that it's hot button issues, right? Stuff gets contentious. It's all mod love holding it down. And honestly, probably not used to it. We've had very close-knit streams looking at these other cases. This is the first time it's been busy in a while. So with that being said, on a positive note, mod love all the time. Factual Lie always has the McBurney courtroom updates. You always know what's going on in the McBurney streams. Says Melnick was in front of McBurney yesterday. So good to see him back in action. Love it. Love it. And I wanted to hit this for a while. Would you get this reference? Oh, Bailey's.
Yes, I would.
Because
I
Bailey's is over.
I actually was thinking that I ran past an O'Reilly's yesterday, and I was thinking that exact thing. That's fine.
Of Factual Lie O'Bailey's?
Well, the reference, the O'Bailey's reference, the O'Bailey's.
There we go. Love it. And, you know, she's overseas. She's in England, so not sure if she knows that commercial, but it is a popular jingle here in the United States. So love you guys. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, Hal, for co-hosting. It's been a blast. Couldn't imagine hosting with anybody else. And the Honorable that one last sneak in here says, shout out to the chat. Happy holidays and early new year. Very awesome way to end this out, and good to see you, Honorable that. Bye, guys.